European businesses are already at work, investing, building and delivering. As Pakistan advances, businesses scale together across sectors and markets. This is not new. It's a presence that has evolved and continues to deliver from Europe to global markets, connecting investment, supply chains and opportunity. Prosperity is not built in isolation. It is built through partnership, driven by innovation, grounded in standards, trusted to deliver. This network connects European and Pakistani businesses, creating a bridge for growth, opportunity and shared progress. What grew across sectors is now coming together with purpose. Across industries, connections strengthen, forming a more integrated ecosystem. One platform, one voice, fostering clarity, coordination and confidence. Individually strong, collectively transformative. The power of a connected network turns shared ambition into tangible outcomes. The ambition of the network is to amplify the voice, extend the reach and shape an economic future for EU and Pakistan to thrive stronger together.
हाँ बोल हेलो।
हेलो हेलो। ठीक है ठीक है।
हेलो माइक चेक 5 6 7 8 9 10 हेलो हेलो माइक चेक 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 हेलो हेलो
हाँ
माइक
करिए।
चेक 1 2 3
ओके।
कैच कर ले।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you all to kindly be seated as we are about to begin our program. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly be seated as we are now about to begin. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we formally begin, may I briefly share a few housekeeping rules to ensure a smooth execution of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request that all sessions will begin on time. Please be at your designated positions at least 5 minutes prior to each session. Kindly keep your mobiles on the silent mode. No photographs are allowed of delegates wearing the red badges, and badges are personalized. Please keep them with you at all times and do not hand them over to anyone. Lastly, the restrooms are located at, outside, and our interns and our volunteers will be able to guide them to you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum. May I once again request you to kindly settle down as we are now about to begin. Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the European Union, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to this high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum here in Islamabad. We are honored to have you with us today as we begin these 2 days of dialogue, partnership building, and looking forward to an exchange between Pakistan and the European Union. Their senior voices from the policy making to business leadership to media present, and we truly hope that these next 2 days are truly going to be productive and will strengthen the relationship between Europe and Pakistan. To begin the formal proceedings, may I kindly request you all to please take your seats as we now begin with the recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
Jazakallah khairan. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you all to kindly rise for the anthem of the European Union and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, business leaders, partners, and friends, a very good morning to all of you and a very warm welcome. I am Sidra Iqbal, and it is my honor to open the high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum at a moment that is just not important, it is defining. Because today we are not simply discussing trade, we are shaping the future of a partnership that connects over 450 million European consumers with one of the world's most dynamic and resilient economies, that is Pakistan. The European Union is already Pakistan's largest trading partner, but what makes this relationship truly powerful is just not the volume, it is the value. Value in shared standards, value in sustainable growth, and value in the long-term trust. From textiles that power the supply chains of the world, to agriculture that feeds millions, to digital innovation that is transforming how we live and work, EU-Pakistan trade is no longer transactional, it is transformational. And that transformation is happening at a critical time. The world is rethinking supply chains, reimagining sustainability, and rediscovering the importance of reliable, value-driven partnerships. This is where Pakistan stands at a unique crossroads. Ladies and gentlemen, with the ongoing reforms, investment facilitation, and a young, ambitious workforce, Pakistan is not just ready for business, it is ready and open for next-generation collaboration. At the European Union, through initiatives such as the Global Gateway and platforms such as the EU-Pakistan Business Forum being launched today, is signaling something very clear. This partnership is not static. It is evolving, it is deepening, and it is full of opportunity. Over the next 2 days, we will explore exactly how to unlock that opportunity, and across sectors, across borders, and across ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, we will hear from leaders who are shaping policies, driving investment, and building businesses that connect continents. But most importantly, this forum is about connection. Connection between public and private sectors, between innovation and investment, between ambition and action. Because trade at its core is not just about goods, it's about people, it's about possibility, it is about building a future that is more inclusive, more sustainable, and more prosperous for both Europe and Pakistan. So as we begin, I invite you to think beyond transactions and towards transformation, beyond partnerships and towards shared purpose, because the next chapter of EU-Pakistan trade is not something we will talk about, it is something that we will build together. Thank you, and once again, welcome to this high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Raimundas Karobulis, the Ambassador of the European Union to Pakistan, to deliver his welcome address.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Arun Akhtar, Special Assistant to the Prime Minister, Director Petris Ustups from the European Commission, Director Turaya Triki from the European Investment Bank, Excellencies, Ambassadors of the European Union Member States, over 600 business leaders representing the European Union and Pakistani companies that have came today to join us for the first high-level European Union-Pakistan Business Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. Regarding the messages today, it was the main messages were already expressed by Ms. Sidra. I think it's really, I don't think that I will do better, but nevertheless, I think that first I would start, if there is one thing we have learned over the past month, is that Pakistan's ability to host critical dialogues is unmatched. Let me therefore start by commending the government of Pakistan for its excellent work as the mediator to ensure peace and stability in the region during these turbulent times. The world is watching Pakistan playing this key positive role and fully stands behind you. Let me then continue to thank you for collaboration on the arrangements for this forum. It is in no small part to the contributions of yourself and your colleagues from the government of Pakistan that we are finally gathered here today for the first ever edition of the high-level European Union-Pakistan Business Forum. And with nearly 1,000 participants in this room, the message is clear. The demand for stronger ties between our two economies, representing altogether 600 million people, has never been stronger. Let us therefore make every moment of these 2 days count. The ambition behind this landmark event is simple. We want to strengthen the economic relations between the European Union and Pakistan. This is not to say that these relations are not already strong. Indeed, it is a source of pride for me to say that the European Union is already by far the largest export destination of Pakistan. As most of you know, the European Union has been providing Pakistan for over 10 years duty-free access to the largest single market in the world under the GSP Plus scheme. And we have seen how this has boosted Pakistani exports to the European Union. But we are not here just to celebrate on our trade relations, but to deepen them, diversify them, green them, and transform them into long-lasting investments. Because by doing this, we will create jobs, innovations, increase standards, accelerate the sustainable transformation, and increase our joint prosperity. And we believe that Pakistan is perfectly positioned to grow with growing young population, with central location in this region, with a skilled labor force, with a framework from the GSP+. The latter, however, is not automatic. The process of the replication will take place. I expect that the government of Pakistan will do utmost to meet the criteria of the new GSP Plus scheme. Therefore, the European Union is your natural partner on this journey of growth. Fortunately, we share both this perspective and ambition with the government of Pakistan, and it is this unity that has been the central driver behind the high-level European Union-Pakistan Business Forum. To realize these ambitions, we have gathered the government, the private sector, international organizations, and financial institutions. Together we will explore, expand, and realize every opportunity we have for increased economic collaboration. We will do so throughout a program that has been prepared in collaboration with the member states of the European Union and which is anchored around 5 sectors of shared strategic importance, namely agribusiness, digital innovation and fintech, sustainable textiles, green logistics, responsible mining. We will also present and highlight opportunities under the Global Gateway, focusing on digital, transport, and green energy water nexus. This is the 400 billion investment program of the European Union that de-risks investments, and we will shed light on the efforts of the government of Pakistan to pave the way for increased economic collaboration. But even with that being said, this is not just another forum, this is a platform of tangible results. In the course of 2 days, we will firstly launch the European Union-Pakistan Business Network, bringing together more than 300 European companies already operating here, allowing them to be the voice of European Union business in Pakistan. Ultimately, it will make easier to do business for these European Union companies that are already here and those that aspire to be here. Secondly, facilitate over 600 pre-arranged business-to-business and business-to-financier meetings. While plenaries and sector panels are ongoing, we have 2 rooms filled with tables reserved to accommodate these B2B and B2F meetings, and we are hopeful that through them many new initiatives, partnerships, and collaborations will materialize. Signed a new agreement with the European Investment Bank, the second one within the 5 months, marking the European Bank's re-entry in Pakistan after an absence of a decade. Fourthly, launch a Team Europe program designed to support export-oriented Pakistani small and medium-sized enterprises. This forum, therefore, represents a unique combination of both opportunities and action. But making the most of those opportunities requires dedication from each of us. I would like to thank you all for coming and meeting, and would like to make one single request. Let us promise each other that over the course of the next 2 days, we will take every opportunity to make new connections and to agree on tangible plans for how we follow up with each other. By doing this, we will ultimately contribute to the realization of our shared ambitions. The European Union is the largest single market in the world and a leading source of outward foreign direct investment. Pakistan has a young, growing English-speaking population with a lot of potential. In this context, we firmly believe in the European Union's motto, working in Pakistan, we are stronger together. Thank you. Shukriya. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Karabulis, for those very encouraging words and your belief in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, although the Honorable Prime Minister is unable to join us in person today due to his pressing commitments, I must assure you that this forum is of significant importance to him. He has conveyed his keen interest and strong support for the outcomes of these engagements, and we are honored to be joined by Mr. Harun Akhtar, who is the Special Assistant to the Prime Minister for Industries and Production, who is also representing him at this very important moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him for his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harun Akhtar, Special Assistant to the Prime Minister for Industries and Production.
Just making sure that it works. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Great to be here. His Excellency Ramandas Karabalis, the Honorable EU Ambassador to Pakistan, Mr. Petris Ustabs, the Director General International Partnerships and Director Asia Pacific EU Commission, Ms. Thoraya Tricky, European Investment Bank Director of the International Partners, distinguished members of the European Union delegation, Honorable Federal Ministers, Excellencies, esteemed members of the business community, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very warm welcome. It is an honor to stand before you at this first ever EU-Pakistan Business Forum. But this is not just another conference. This is a moment where Pakistan and the European Union have the opportunity not just to reflect on progress, but to shape what comes next. Because moments like this matter. They set direction, they create momentum, and they define outcomes. And your presence here today sends a clear signal. Confidence in Pakistan is real, and it is growing. And today, we take it forward. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also take a moment to acknowledge the dynamic and tireless leadership of our Prime Minister, Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif. What sets great leaders apart is not comfort in office, but commitment in adversity. And this nation has witnessed, day after day, a leader who works with relentless discipline, who approaches challenges not with hesitation, but with resolve. From stabilizing the economy at a time of immense pressure to restoring confidence at home and credibility abroad, his stewardship has been defined by clarity, consistency, and courage, because economic recovery is not built on numbers alone. It is built on trust, effort, and leadership that does not tire. Pakistan stands today not as a battleground, but as a fortress of stability in a turbulent region, a nation that has paid the price of conflict, yet chosen the path of peace. And at a time when the world stood on the edge of a dangerous escalation, the statesmanship and unity of leadership shown by Prime Minister Mohammad Shahbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir reflected Pakistan at its very best. In moments when conflict seemed inevitable, they chose engagement over escalation, dialogue over division, and responsibility over rhetoric. Their efforts in helping steer the region, and indeed the world, away from the brink of a widening crisis, remind us of something fundamental, that true leadership is not only about building nations, it is about preserving peace for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between Pakistan and the European Union is not new. Today it is being renewed. The GSP Plus framework has been a cornerstone of this partnership. It has opened markets, strengthened standards, and created opportunity. Today, the European Union is Pakistan's largest export destination. We are proud of that, but we do not see this as the destination. We see this as a beginning. The next phase of this relationship must go beyond trade to investment, innovation, and integration. From textiles to technology, from manufacturing to digital services, Pakistan is ready to move up the value chain and become a trusted partner in the global supply systems. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is not a niche play. It is a scale opportunity. Over 240 million people, a rapidly expanding middle class, and rising urbanization, Pakistan offers demand depth that can absorb European products, services, and partnerships. This is a market where growth is not speculative. It is already underway. Pakistan is positioned at the crossroads of South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East. Pakistan provides a gateway to a combined market of over 3 billion people. For EU firms seeking diversification beyond saturated markets, Pakistan is a logistics and trade corridor, not just a destination. Ladies and gentlemen, at the core of our economic vision lies a simple truth. No nation can prosper if its industry does not thrive. And that is why industrial revival is at the heart of the Prime Minister's agenda. We are not applying temporary fixes. We are not driving structural change. We are driving structural change through targeted reforms, financial restructuring, and institutional support. We are bringing industry back to life, because when factories restart, confidence returns, jobs are created, and economies move forward. We are expanding access to finance, empowering SMEs, and ensuring that capital flows to those who create real value. We are changing the direction of the economy from protection to productivity, from dependency to competitiveness, from short-term relief to long-term growth. We are also addressing a fundamental question investors ask: is it easy to do business here? And our answer is very clear. It is becoming easier every single day. Through the national tariff policy, we are reducing complexity, lowering costs, and creating predictability. Through the regulatory guillotine initiative, we are cutting through red tape decisively and systematically. Hundreds of reforms, billions saved. Ladies and gentlemen, a serious investment destination must offer three things: ease, certainty, and scale. Pakistan is delivering all three. We are offering land, infrastructure, connectivity, and incentives. We are strengthening our special economic zones, which are open for all countries of the world. We are ensuring long-term policy continuity. The future of growth, ladies and gentlemen, is not only economic, it is also sustainability. Through our new energy vehicle policy and broader reforms, we are aligning growth with an environmental responsibility. Pakistan's direction today is clear. We are building an economy that is export-led, investment-driven, and globally competitive. Pakistan is not a country short of opportunity. It is a country ready to unlock it. From the gemstone valleys of Gilgit-Baltistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa to the mineral-rich belts of Balochistan, immense potential lies beneath our soil. Through modern mining, value addition, and global integration, this potential can become a powerful engine of exports and growth. From SMEs to young entrepreneurs, from artisans to innovators, Pakistan's people are driving its transformation. Pakistan's tourism potential is vast, diverse, and largely untapped. From the peaks where three great mountain ranges meet to a cultural heritage and coastal beauty, Pakistan offers experiences that are rare, authentic, and investable. We invite our European partners to invest across the tourism value chain. At the same time, sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture modernization, pharmaceuticals, logistics, and infrastructure offer immense potential for collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, Let me conclude with this. Pakistan has done the hard work. We have stabilized, reformed, and rebuilt. We have not asked the world to take our word for it. We have shown it in policy, in numbers, and in results. But no economy transforms alone. The partnerships forged in rooms like this between people who see opportunity where others see risk are what turn potential into prosperity. We will not stand on the sidelines of change, we will shape it. We will not import the future, we will build it. We will not fear transformation, we will drive it. There is no challenge too great for Pakistan, no barrier too strong, no future beyond our reach. The road ahead will demand effort. It will demand resilience. It will demand unity. But the future will not be shaped by those who hesitate. It will be shaped by those who act. Our doors are open. Our direction is set. Our commitment is absolute. The opportunity is real. The moment is now. Come build with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harun Saab, for that very promising message and a call for action. This truly, the next 2 days is going to be living in essence and what you have just indicated. Ladies and gentlemen, after these gracious insights and encouragement, we now proceed towards an official photograph that will be our legacy asset. For this, may I once again request the Honorable Special Assistant to the Prime Minister, Mr. Harun Akhtar, and His Excellency, Mr. Raimundas Kerbelis, the Ambassador of the European Union of Pakistan, to please join us up on stage. Along with him, may I once again request the Honorable Federal Minister for Finance, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb Sahab, to please join us up on stage. May I also respectfully invite their excellencies, the ambassadors of the member states of European Union, to be a part of this photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all our distinguished guests as they proceed to the stage for this photograph. May I also request Mr. Petros Ostubus, the Director, Asia and Pacific from the European Commission Directorate, General International Partnership, to please join us up on stage. And last but definitely not the least, Ms. Thoraya Tricky from the European Investment Bank to kindly join us on stage. This official photograph, ladies and gentlemen, marks a very important moment in the European Union-Pakistan partnership. We're going to take a little while before our distinguished guests and excellencies come together for this one on stage.
You must take care also.
May I request the organizers and the photographers to help us choreograph this better? We would appreciate some input about bringing this group together for the perfect Kodak moment. Ladies and gentlemen.
Stand in the way. Hopefully we'll be given the opportunity.
May I request the organizers, especially one of the chief photographers, to please help us choreograph and bring this group together. Samar, if I may request you to take the lead in choreographing this one, please. Our expert from the social media team lead, Samar, will be helping us put this together. May we request the group to come forward, Samar? Thank you, Excellencies, for your cooperation. In case you're worried, we'll make sure that we will have this photograph that has everyone in the perfect spot. Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This truly has been a legacy asset for all of us. I will now request the honorable guests to please take their seats as we proceed to our next segment. How are you, sir? Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, this formally opens the high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum. We are now going to segue into our first session of the day. This is titled as Pakistan Rising, Incentives, Reforms, and the Next Investment Frontier. The investment climate is just right, and as we move towards facilitation and making it easier for integrations and collaborations to happen, there is so much more to be learnt about. How is the policy framework changing? What is the lens that we have now adopted? Ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity now to invite the Honorable Federal Minister for Finance of Pakistan, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, to tell us and brief us about the Pakistani investment landscape and the opportunities shaping in the next phase of growth. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. First of all, Excellency, Ramindas, EU Ambassador, it's fantastic that you've been able to pull this together. Obviously, was going to happen last year, and then for unforeseen circumstances, it had to be postponed. So I would like to join you and the Prime Minister in welcoming the EU delegation, the Honorable ambassadors here from EU, the distinguished delegates. It's an absolute pleasure to be here this morning. The slides are there. If you can read them, it's fine. Otherwise, don't worry about it because it's just for the background. The whole idea is to walk through our economic journey over the last 3 to 4 years and the current status and the current the situation at this point in time. And then where do we go from here? Let's start with the macro situation. Notwithstanding the conflict over the last couple of months, we have been consolidating gains in terms of our macro indices. It starts with our fiscal situation. We have had a primary surplus, we have had a fiscal surplus, and it's on the back of that, we are in a relatively good position in terms of our GDP growth. The central bank, at the beginning of the year, had mentioned that our GDP growth will be anywhere between 3.75% to 4.75%. Our best estimate at this point in time is that this fiscal year will grow at roughly 4%, which is much better than where we were in the last fiscal year at 3.1%. Notwithstanding the policy rate hike yesterday by 100 basis points, on account of the inflationary discussion. Our debt servicing cost this year is going to be much less compared to what we had budgeted. So that, again, gives us the fiscal space to do other things in terms of going forward in our budget allocations. But what I really, given the audience here, what I really want to dwell on is the external account. Our current account in March was a little over $1 billion, which meant that the first 9 months of this fiscal year, we are also current account surplus. And it matters. It matters because it's on the back of the underlying drivers. The IT export services continue to lead the export journey in a very big way. The value-added segments on the export side also continue to show positive delta. Our remittances continue to go from strength to strength. In March, we had remittance flows of about $3.8 billion. Of course, there's a spike there because Ramadan and Eid, but normalized, it's about $3.2 billion per month. And I'll come to the elasticity of it at a later stage. Another avenue which has really sprung up in the last couple of months is the Roshan digital account. Now, that is a different client segment compared to the remittances. Remittances are essentially blue-collar workers and Pakistanis who are working in various parts of the world. The Roshan digital account is essentially a lifestyle investment-led flow. And people can bring that money in and they can take it out whenever they want. They don't need MOF, they don't need state bank approvals. Normally, we have seen that flow averaging about $180 to $200 million. In the month of March, we clocked $260 million of these inflows. And if I look at the situation as we close out April, it's going to be much larger than where we closed March. Now, the other thing is that April, the month that we are closing now, was a heavy month in terms of repayments. We had the Eurobond repayment. We repaid one bilateral partner. In terms of maturities, we got some additional support from another bilateral partner. But this is also a month in which we access the private placement Eurobond market after a gap of 4 years. And we printed $750 million, which has obviously helped in terms of our FX reserves and FX situation. And we are not going to stop there. We are in the final stages of the inaugural Panda bond. This is going to be roughly $250 million worth of RMB. And if all goes well, by middle of May, we would have printed that as well. And we have also announced our GMTN program over the next 2 to 3 years, where we are going to access Eurobonds, Sukuks, and for the first time, we are going to make an attempt at dollar-settled rupee-linked bond, because that's a lot of feedback that we received from institutional investors, that that's been a missing link in terms of our product repertoire. This external account situation is important. We will be at $16 billion at the end of this month. And as the governor of the central bank mentioned in his, after the Monetary Policy Committee discussion yesterday, that we are quite clear that our reserves are going to be at $18 billion at the end of June. That will take us to roughly 3 months of import cover, which is a great international benchmark. Now, the reason I'm dwelling on this, when we talk about macro stability, because from my perspective, this is basic hygiene. All of you who are here today, you want that your profits can be repatriated, dividends can be repatriated. It's important for the local investors, it's important for the foreign investors, and this is the only way forward from macro stability into sustainable growth as we go forward. Okay. All right, so there's a lot of discussion about, with the macro stability, the structural reforms. These are all areas, and I'm just going to go through very, very quickly around some of these structural reforms. On the taxation side, it's people, process, technology. We have a long way to go in terms of reforming our taxation system. but we have been able to move the needle in terms of tax to GDP ratio. We have been able to improve the overall absolute revenues by deepening and widening the tax base. And a lot of this is technology-led. So AI-led digital monitoring, AI-led CRM, and that has helped us plug a lot of leakages in the system. It's something which is still in progress. Digital. I think this is very critical, right? Because from my perspective, it means if you are on a digital journey, it's faster, cheaper, better. It's as simple as that. But this one is one which is being led by the Prime Minister himself for all the right reasons in terms of moving us towards a digital economy. There are sort of three pillars to it, one led by governors of the central bank, digital payments adoption, digital public infrastructure by the Federal Minister IT, and our government payments led by the Finance Secretary. And this one is important because you can only make progress if you can measure something. There have to be real KPIs, which we discuss with the Prime Minister every 2 weeks. And if you see, some of the things which hadn't happened for years have happened in the last 6 to 12 months. So active merchants on digital payments, we are at the end of March at about 1.13 million. We want to be at 2 million by the end of by the end of June. Remittances, which is the lifeline of the country, 92% are through digital channels, and it will be 100% by end of this fiscal year. Financial inclusion, obviously very, very important. So to get to a 70% mark by end of this year. And then you can't see the slides down there, but in terms of our government payments, we essentially want to get everything through the digital rails. It will improve transparency. Again, it takes care of the leakages in the system, etc. And when I say leakage, let me be very clear, it's also an euphemism for corruption. So we want to get rid of all of this stuff by using the technology which is now available. If you can go to the next slide, please. Now, tariff reforms. There was a lot of debate and discussion because in some sense, the world was closing down in terms of increasing protection. So for us, it was a very, very bold decision that in July 1 of last year, we said we are going to bring down our tariff regime, custom duties, additional custom duties, regulatory duties, so that our industry actually gets competitive. We have, at times, protected our industry for the longest time without sunset clauses, and that is not sustainable. So a lot of this, what has happened in the first year, is that we have reduced these duties, especially on intermediate goods and the raw materials, so that we can make our export industry more competitive. And when we talked about this with the World Bank Group, etc., and the chief rep is here, they said that, they compared it to how Southeast Asia started on this journey in the late 90s, and this can very well be our South Asia moment. Next slide, please. Energy sector reforms. I understand the delegation has already met Minister Lagari yesterday, so I'm not going to dwell on that. He's sort of leading from the front in terms of the tariff rationalization which has happened, market and structural reforms. Competitive multi-buyer market, I think, is very important. The NTDC restructuring, reduction of the circular debt, improving DISCO efficiencies. I think it's very, very critical. It's because of that efficiency which is going into the system that we have been able to reduce the subsidies from the Ministry of Finance into the power division. And those have been coming down consistently over the last couple of years. Next, please. Right sizing. Now, this is a task which I have been given by the Prime Minister to reduce the footprint of the federal government. As you can appreciate, there's a lot of pushback on this because either the ministries would say they are doing God's work, or it hasn't happened for the last 77 years, but inshallah it will happen next year. So there we are sort of pushing that back. We have sort of merged some of the ministries. We have closed down some of the departments where there was misuse. It's not about the people who are working there, or the exact costs associated with the FTEs. It's really the subsidies and the misuse of the subsidies. When we close these, and when we, for example, Utility Stores Corporation, where we were giving subsidized food through the system, now it is being done, transmitted, digital wallets to the vulnerable population. And I think that's the way to go, and we have some way to go on this as well. But we are well on our way. The process is very simple. We discuss this in the committee, we take it to the cabinet ratifies this, and then we bring it back into the implementation. Maybe we are not moving at the same pace as Argentina, but we are certainly going in the right direction. Next slide, please. Privatization and SOE reform, I think this is critical because, the Prime Minister is very clear, we are all very clear that the private sector has to lead the country. So in the first year of our administration, quite frankly, we did not do too well. We did not get traction. And the privatization of the First Women Bank, and then the tailwind which we have now gotten through the PIA privatization, which is very, very important because it ticks so many boxes. In the first instance, the combined bids that came in from two large conglomerates from Pakistan had a total tally of about $1.2 billion. Now that's a large sum of money where local investors want to come in and invest in a national asset. And the fact that the large groups in the country are willing to work with each other as consortiums, I think is also very important. So the next one, just previous, so where do we go from here? As Minister Lagari must have told you, 3 EOIs for the distribution companies, 2 in advanced stage. So we are moving forward with that. The airport where you landed, Islamabad Airport, our last attempt wasn't successful. We are going back for appointing the financial advisor on that. And then very quickly, we want to move to the Lahore and the Karachi airports. 2 FIs which are also on the privatization list, along with insurance, etc. So, we are going to move forward with privatization with a lot of gusto, inshallah, during this year. Next, please. I think debt management I've talked about in the context of external debt, but in terms of internal debt, we have done a lot of liability management trades. We have just restructured our debt management office to bring it into the 21st century. Ex-Deutsche person is now actually heading our debt management office, and we're doing liability management trades, etc. And as I mentioned, because of all of this stuff, we will be having a debt servicing cost which is much less than the budget. Next one, please. Pension reforms. The new colleagues who are joining in the civil government, they are now on defined contribution, armed forces from next year, and there are parametric reforms as well. Here, what we have done is stop the bleeding. The stock is still there, and we still need to figure out how we go about it, but we have to start from somewhere, and that's what we've done. Next, please. Now, everything that I've talked about so far is in the context of what I would call is old economy. It was beginning of last year that we figured out that we had 40 million crypto users in Pakistan. So we were behind the curve. We were number 10 at one point in time, then we got to be number 7, and beginning of last year, we were number 3. So we had to formalize this, both from a defensive perspective, KYC, AML, CFT. As you know, we got out of the FATF regime a few years back, so we don't want to move back there because of flows which are outside the formal system to this extent. But on the other side, the upside associated with that is huge. And that's why we went into the Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority. We went to the Parliament. We got this bill approved. Under this, we are going to be now, we are in advanced stages in terms of issuing licenses to the exchanges. Also, we are looking at tokenization. In the first instance, we are looking at public debt as a use case and see if we can move forward from there. The other thing is, it's not only about crypto. This is, you have to look at it in the context of overall Web 3.0, blockchain, etc. We have the 3rd largest freelancer population in the world. If they are coding today at $10 to $12, and if they get educated and come up the curve, get rescaled, upskilled in terms of blockchain, they can start quoting anywhere between $50 to $250 per hour. Fantastic for them, great for the country. And therefore, we are very, very focused on this new economy as we go forward. Next, please. So just a couple of last slides. Access to finance, I think this is very important to focus on small farmers and what we are doing there. And again, this is being done sort of digitally. We want to have 750,000 new small farmers in the next 2 to 3 years. Affordable housing, I think the Prime Minister is going to make an announcement around that tomorrow. Also EV, which SAPM Harun Akhtar is sort of leading in terms of especially two-wheelers and three-wheelers. Energy efficiency financing, 88 million fans to be replaced over the next 4 to 5 years. And we are providing, subsidies, we are providing first loss guarantees so that this transition can happen sooner than later. Next, please. Next. So I'm not going to go there. There are a number of things there, but I do want to mention the spectrum auction. This has again happened after a gap of 13, 14 years. We had a very successful spectrum auction, increased connectivity, better service, and the introduction of the 5G services in Pakistan. That's going to be very important. A lot of people talk about number of MNCs which have left the country, which we appreciate in terms of the global decisions, their participation choices, whether these are products, regional, etc. But there are a number of them who have actually entered the country in the last 18 months as well. WION, which has sort of stepped up in a very big way. Google's office is going to be opened in July. BYD, which is going to start assembling their cars early next year. Aramco, AD Ports, Nestle, which when we were in Davos, they announced additional $60 million of investment in Pakistan, etc. Next, please. Well, I was in Washington sort of a couple of weeks back, where we met all the multilateral partners, we met our bilateral partners, my counterparts, etc. The message is very clear. Generally a lot of appreciation for the journey and the economic transformation of Pakistan, but also the message, stay the course. And we get that, and it's very important. Fitch has just, mentioned that they have reaffirmed our rating. Next, please. Yeah, these are all the surveys. I don't want to get into that. And the last piece, which I think is the next one, please. Yeah, this one is important. Just like COVID, which was the single largest demand shock in recent history, what we are experiencing is the single largest supply shock in recent history. And what we have and what we can say, sort of now 2 months into the conflict, that the country has negotiated the first order impact actually quite well in terms of procurement of molecules, in terms of the transmission of pricing, in terms of targeted subsidies, the availability of fertilizer, availability and therefore the food security element, which is all there, and it's very obviously very, very important. And then, of course, negotiating the various trading routes, the logistics. So the first month or so, I sort of chaired this forum along with the Minister of Petroleum and other cabinet colleagues. Now this has gone into a more structured format in terms of NCMC, which I think is the right thing to do, because the reality is, even if there is secession, and as you know very well, that our leadership is at it and is not giving up. So I think that's the good news, and the fact that the ceasefire is still there, which means people do want to give diplomacy a chance. So while they are doing what they have to do, we need to ensure that the country continues to move forward. And from what we can see in terms of international benchmarking, etc., we have done relatively well in terms of the first order impact. Now, having said that, there is no doubt that given that the energy infrastructure has been hit, even if there's a session tomorrow or in a couple of weeks, etc., there's bound to be second order, third order impact. And that's what we are now actively working on between myself and the governor and other cabinet colleagues to see what should be our policy responses. Action has been taken on inflation yesterday by the central bank, what it means for our growth, what it means in terms of elasticities of our exports and remittances, what it means in terms of external flows. As I said, in terms of external flows, we're still looking quite positive in terms of the institutional fixed income flows which have come in this month, and also the RDA flows which are coming through. But we need to look at it in a sort of a medium-term perspective, and that's what we are working on. Having said that, I don't think there's ever a silver lining in discussions like these, but the way our ports have certainly become active. Karachi, Port Qasim, Gawada, in terms of the transshipment routes, and again, this is an opportunity for Pakistan to see how we make this a permanent solution in terms of the diversification of routes as we go forward, and our ports can play a very important role. Also, when you go through shocks like these, you sit back and you think through what we could have done differently, or more importantly, what we should do differently in terms of energy security. So in terms of having strategic reserves, moving and accelerating our journey towards renewables, all of that is now sort of work in progress. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pakistan, and I hope you have a very good stay, very constructive discussions here. You heard SAPM on behalf of the Prime Minister. We are all here to help, support, assist any way we can for the investments that are now coming and should be due from EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aurangzeb Saab. This truly, it captures for us in a snapshot the wonderful things that are underway, the policy framework as it is evolving, and the facilitation that can be expected from the government and the policymakers of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, this truly talks about a framework and a landscape that is ready and for all our business partners to harness its true potential. We are now going to move on to our next segment, which is titled as One Voice, One Market, inaugurating the European Union-Pakistan Business Network. We arrive at this very important milestone. It's a key milestone in today's program. The launch of the European Union-Pakistan Business Network. This marks a shared commitment to stronger institutional ties, to business facilitation, and long-term economic partnership. For this, I would now like to invite our moderator, Mr. Yasir Farooqi, the advisor to the Board of Directors at the EU-Pakistan Business Network, to lead the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Yasir Farooqi.
Thank you, Sidra, for hosting what has been a fantastic event up till now, energetic and full of great speeches. I have the pleasure to welcome you to the session that officially launches the EU-Pakistan Business Network. The EU-Pakistan Business Network, at its core, is supported by the EU delegation, and it is to provide a platform and unified voice for European business in Pakistan, for advocacy and trade dialogue for European businesses that will have discussions not only with government but external stakeholders. Without taking further time, I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Awais bin Naseem, who is MD Tetra Pak and has previously served as the EXCO committee. Awais Saab, can you please join us?
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, and it's an honor to be here. Distinguished guests, Aurangzeb Saab, and representative of the government of Pakistan, the EU delegation, and welcome to this auspicious occasion of the launch of the business network, which was originally supposed to be last year, but due to the, as Aurangzeb Sahab mentioned, due to the unforeseen circumstances, was postponed. So here we are. My name is Awais bin Naseem, and I am currently the chairman for the network, which we have just established. It is both a privilege and a pleasure to welcome you to the official launch of the EU PKBN, European Union Pakistan Business Network, a milestone initiative that we envisage as the principal platform for structured and constructive dialogue between European investors and public sector stakeholders in Pakistan. And our shared objective is very clear: to strengthen cooperation and deepen the economic ties that connect the European Union and Pakistan. The journey, which formally commenced in 2024, has been shaped through close collaboration and sustained commitment. In particular, I would like to acknowledge our appreciation to Mr. Jerome Williams for his leadership and continued engagement throughout this process, as it was initially a slow process, but again, I think we managed to pull it through due to the shared commitment and collaboration of the European Union members and the delegation as well. I'm pleased to share that the EU PKBN is now formally established as a Section 42 company, registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. This legal foundation reflects our commitment to operate as a credible, transparent, and a purpose-driven institution. At its core, the mission of the EU PKBN is to serve as the definitive and unified voice of European business in between the European enterprises and the government of Pakistan and the public sector of Pakistan as well. By acting as a strategic bridge between European enterprises and government of Pakistan, we aim to foster an enabling environment, one where businesses do not merely operate but are empowered to grow, innovate, and contribute meaningfully to the broader landscape. What began with almost about as 20 companies is now rapidly expanding, evolving into an engaged network. And looking ahead, our ambition is to expand this platform to represent a significant share of more than 500 European companies operating in Pakistan. As it is, European Union is one of the largest business traders of Pakistan. I think we need now a platform where we can actually bring those synergies together in order to formalize and probably give more impetus to the European Union investment in Pakistan and expose Pakistani private sector, public sector to the European possibilities as well. The European Union network is not intended to operate in isolation. Rather, over time, it seeks to align with the broader framework of the European Business Organization worldwide network, which brings together EU business organizations across multiple markets. And here again, the opportunity of learning across the boundaries is again immense for Pakistan. Such alignment would enable the EU PKBN to remain consistent with established international practices while gradually building connections with peer organizations globally. This is expected to support more structured knowledge exchange, provide perspective on evolving regulatory environments in the region and beyond. Today marks the beginning of the next chapter, and I hope we can all play an active part in making this organization as a success. On that note, I would like to reinforce the message to all our members, partners, including the representatives of the member states and guests, stronger together. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Awais Saab, for those golden words and key insights about the EU PKBN, the journey to this point and the path forward, the ambitions and what it sets out to achieve. I would welcome not only European companies operating in Pakistan, but those European companies that wish to operate in Pakistan and those Pakistani companies that do business with Europe. The EU-Pakistan Business Network has a booth in the courtyard, and I would welcome all of you to come visit us to find out more about what we do and what we set out to achieve, because we have to grow the base for a better membership. Before I call my next speaker, we would like to play a short video that would introduce officially the EU-Pakistan Business Network.
Across Pakistan, European businesses are already at work, investing, building and delivering. As Pakistan advances, businesses scale together across sectors and markets. This is not new. It's a presence that has evolved and continues to deliver from Europe to global markets, connecting investment, supply chains and opportunity. Prosperity is not built in isolation. It is built through partnership, driven by innovation, grounded in standards, trusted to deliver. This network connects European and Pakistani businesses sectors, creating a bridge for growth, opportunity and shared progress. What grew across sectors is now coming together with purpose. Across industries, connections strengthen, forming a more integrated ecosystem. One platform, one voice, fostering clarity, coordination and confidence. Individually strong, collectively transformative. The power of a connected network turns shared ambition into tangible outcomes. The ambition of the network is to amplify the voice, extend the reach and shape an economic future for EU and Pakistan to thrive stronger together.
As we can see, the key message here is stronger together. Now I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Petrus Ustubs, Director for Asia, Central Asia and Pacific, Director General for International Partnerships of the EU Commission, better known sometimes as DG INTPA. Mr. Petrus Ustubs, please give it up. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. And in the front seats, it's always difficult to see the magnitude of the event, but coming to the stage, then I can see that the figures which were said, that there are so many participants, I can reassure that everyone sitting, indeed, the number of the participants to the EU-Pakistan Business Forum is really impressive. Good morning, everyone. Dear Secretary of the Apex Committee of the Special Investment Facility Council, Dr. Mohammed Khan, thank you very much for being with us. Dear Chair of the EU-Pakistan Business Forum, Excellencies and distinguished guests, it's really a true pleasure, an immense pleasure for me to represent the European Union and to address you today on the occasion of the launch of EU-Pakistan Business Network, which is, in my opinion, really very significant milestone in EU-Pakistan relations. Today we mark a final step in institutionalizing the EU-Pakistan network, which has been under the preparation for over the year. As it was already said, it was ready to be launched a year ago, but as saying goes, better later than never. So therefore, I think today is the good moment to do it. Few observations very quickly. First of all, in my opinion, the network is not just a meeting pot. For me, the network is not just a single meeting. On the contrary, the network is something which should last, and probably even more importantly, for me, I would like to wish to all the participants who are already members of the network and who will become members of the network, that actually it is a mindset. And I would wish to all of you to go away from today's and tomorrow's conference with the mindset that network is something what really we need to build together. Pakistan and European Union can look back at long and meaningful partnership through quite many years already, and particularly in the field of trade, economic cooperation, as well as development cooperation. The figures were already mentioned this morning, and you know well that Pakistan is the world's largest beneficiary of the EU Generalized Scheme of the Preferences Plus, giving Pakistan for now over a decade preferential access to the world's largest single market, which is European Union. And as a result, not surprisingly, European Union has become Pakistan's largest export destination by a mile. I occasionally, time to time, participate in similar occasions where our task is to promote the trade and increase the numbers. And if we only take the numbers, what we have today, then our job is done. The EU is already the first one. But at the same time, I think there is something else what we need to do, as we strongly believe that we can do above and well beyond GSP+. And what we can do, we can elevate, we can diversify, and make our partnership, meaning EU and Pakistan partnership, future-oriented. Why it is so? With large and vibrant young population and the government willing to implement essential economic and financial reforms, as we just heard from the Minister of Finance, the country is really poised for enhancing economic cooperation with the European Union. And I strongly believe that all the ingredients for that are really taking place and shaping up our cooperation. The key for unlocking sustainable economic growth lies with fostering the private sector growth. This is very much in heart of the EU Global Gateway Strategy, and I will be honored to lead you through some of the examples and what exactly the Global Gateway Strategy is after the pause. And just to give you examples that with financing instruments such as loans, grants, guarantees, and local currency facilities, we aim to de-risk investments and give the boost to the private sector. And I think that is the priority for each and every business, big and small, in every part of the world, including in Pakistan. And this is one of the reasons why we have the conference today and why we are launching the network. To really benefit from the Global Gateway and its opportunities, there is a need for conducive business and investment climate. And that is indeed critical. And I would like to make this point again, that we would expect that EU-Pakistan Business Network serves as the place for making sure that the dialogue is taking place between businesses as well as with the government, making sure that business and financial circumstances as well as investment climate is ready for more investments and more trade. One element to come towards such a more conducive investment climate is really public-private partnership and public and private dialogue. Therefore, this is the fundamental part what we are looking forward to achieve. It was already alluded, the numbers of the enterprises operating in Pakistan are really substantial, and I think it just alludes to the fact that we can do a lot together. Another element what we would like to use the network is to make use of the advocacy of the EU business interests and making sure that all the conversations and needs can be conveyed to the government, and it's always better if the voices are really joined together. In addition, we do hope that the network will facilitate also collaboration and knowledge sharing between the EU enterprises and businesses that are present. And of course, there is no limit. We need also to facilitate and make sure that network serves as the entry point for those who are eyeing and who would like to be part of thriving business opportunities in Pakistan. And last but not least, I'm sure that network will join the European Business Organization's worldwide network, which should bring even more benefits for the country as well as for the European businesses. In short, the network in Pakistan and its ultimate link to the worldwide network of the European business organizations is very much aligned with the slogan of the EU Cooperation is Pakistan, which you already heard a few times this morning, and we are stronger together. And the EU-Pakistan network becomes, in my opinion, indispensable part of this strength. Once again, thank you very much for the warm welcome. It's a good occasion to launch the network, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peters Ustobs, for those key words. As you mentioned, a substantial number of EU companies are present in Pakistan, and this is the opportune time to bring them together under a unified platform and one voice, under the Team Europe approach. Before I move on to inviting our next guest, who is the chief guest from SIFC, SIFC has been extremely supportive of this initiative and has also ensured timely registration processes, further strengthening the requirement of such an organization and showing the business interests in Pakistan. I would like to ask everyone to put their hands together for our next guest, Dr. Janzeb Khan, who is the Secretary to Apex Committee, SIFC. Dr. Janzeb.
Well, thank you very much. Excellency, Ambassador Raimundas Karibilis, Excellency Mr. Peters Ustobs, and thank you for traveling all the way from Brussels to join us here. Ambassadors, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are most pleased that all of you took time to visit Pakistan, those of you who have come from abroad, and those who have joined us from within the country for this very, very important event. And I would like to congratulate the European Union mission in Pakistan for this wonderful work that they have done. I know personally the hard work which has gone into establishing not only this network, Global Gateway, but also to organize this conference, which went through extraordinary efforts because of prevailing geopolitical situation. So welcome, and it's a great privilege to be able to join you and speak to you about this EU-Pakistan Business Network. In my view, today is not only about a new logo or a ribbon cutting. This initiative is a working bridge. It's a new institution designed to move our relationship from dialogue to deal making, and from partnerships to tangible shared prosperity. I begin by acknowledging our European friends, and these have been steadfast friends. Europe is an extremely important partner for Pakistan. Your efforts to deepen the economic and commercial ties with Pakistan are deeply appreciated. And to our own Pakistani business leaders who are present here today, also a very warm welcome. Your energy and ambition is truly an engine of this partnership. EU matters to Pakistan, and some of the numbers would testify to this. EU is Pakistan's second largest export market, and our exports to EU have reached 12 billion euros actually in 2024. That's a very significant amount. And beyond the numbers, we're grateful for the GSP Plus facility that EU has so generously provided Pakistan, which enables this trade and commercial ties. Pakistani products reach millions of households. Not only that, we are able to provide them with affordable quality products, but it also testifies to the long-standing ties between the two regions. Today, we are taking that partnership to the next level. The EU-Pakistan Business Network will give European businesses a structured, reliable mechanism to engage with Pakistan's market, identifying these sectoral opportunities, navigating regulatory requirements, and framing lasting partnerships with Pakistani counterparts. We know that your companies have been doing this on their own, and they've done a fantastic job. And we are also mindful that at our end, the institutional support was lacking. So this network actually would provide an institution which gives long-term sustainability to this relationship. I won't dwell on the value proposition for Pakistan. I think the earlier speakers have spoken at great length about it. Both the chief guest and then the finance minister have given the value proposition for Pakistan and why this is a good moment to be here and invest in Pakistan. But I should reiterate that the macroeconomic stabilization which we have achieved provide investors with a stable platform. Their worries about repatriation of dividends, the repatriation of profits, and movement of currency should now be mitigated. We did go through a difficult patch, but we are out of it. There's work to be done. We have to sustain the course, as the finance minister mentioned, and that is a commitment and a goal that our leadership is dedicated to. Well, if you look at globally, Goldman Sachs identifies Pakistan as one of the likely 10 economies, top 10 global economies by 2050. Seems a little way, but time flies. And the assessment is that Pakistan could be a $3.3 trillion economy by 2050. It might be 25 or 26 years away, or 24, but it has to be unlocked now. So companies which will come and participate in this market will have the dividends. In the past, we've had some challenges on policy certainty, and this has been a challenge. The Special Investment Facilitation Council was established to support investments, and for that purpose, we do a great deal of work on improving the investment climate, keeping it predictable, making business easier, and supporting businesses in their interaction with government agencies and regulatory bodies. The Special Investment Facilitation Council guarantees a predictable, transparent and coordinated framework, and the investors can utilize our services through just a single window. We're just one click away, and we should be a source of confidence in Pakistan. I think the location and the advantage of this location was already mentioned. I won't talk about it. But I should mention briefly that we are building world-class special economic zones, special technology zones, where you have the infrastructure and the incentives that can make your businesses profitable. There has been a lot of regional volatility, but in all this volatility, Pakistan provides a stable atmosphere, and we are committed to keeping stable policy environment. Excellencies, I want to be very explicit about something. What are our future plans, and what are SAFC intending to do? A lot of people do ask about the Special Investment Facilitation Council's performance so far. We have been there for about almost 2.5 years, to getting nearer to 3 years. And a lot of work has been done. The regulatory easement that the minister spoke about has been work that has gone behind the scenes through the SAFC. We've done a great deal of frameworks and regulatory easement for pharmaceuticals and biotech. And that industry, which was in some kind of a regulatory overburden, has now showing new signs of investment and potential. We made it easier to get licenses and regulatory approvals, reducing the time and the hassle. We have fast-tracked projects, energy projects on solar, wind, electric mobility, clean energy storage, which clearly aligns with the European agenda of climate resilience and adaptation mitigation. The SAFC has also been involved in large-scale agriculture, farming projects, logistics, warehousing, etc. We've also worked on strategic connectivity in freight corridors, the modernization of Pakistan Railways, and expansion of our motorway network. One thing where we stand out is our potential in outsourcing in IT services, where Pakistan now ranks number 6 out of 193 countries, which places it at top 9% globally. In this variable alone, we are ahead of every country that we have tried to match ourselves with, except the ones who are in front of us in terms of outsourcing. There's a manifestation of this. The IT exports from Pakistan have surged. They now cross $4.5 billion. And behind them is a coordinated digital strategy which the SIFC supports. We are also working very closely with the global IT players to forge new tech partnerships. And you heard the minister speak about the new entrants coming into Pakistan. Something that has not been spoken about, and the SIFC is working very hard on that, is to provide the human resource, the skills, the trained manpower to do all of this work, and that is something that we are very actively engaged in. These are not plans only. These are things which have been done, and we can testify to this. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, EU and Pakistan Business Network is a very important initiative, and we at the SIFC would be very happy to provide it all kind of backstopping and support that it may require. To our European friends, I say, thank you very much for being with us. You are great partners. Your success is our success. Europe is emerging as a very important global player in terms of common approach to trade, to investment, to climate, to resilience, and we salute your efforts that you do as a union. Today, together we should write a new chapter in European Union-Pakistan relations, one that is defined by trust, investment, sustainable growth, and benefits for both sides. Thank you very much. I wish you very well.
Thank you, Dr. Janzeb, for the words that probably resonate with a lot of businesses, especially European business in Pakistan. Specifically one thing, that it's time for dialogue to deal making. The EU PKBN wishes to provide the dialogue part, and we hope the external stakeholders will be doing the deal-making part. Without taking much more time, we move towards the official digital launch of the EU PKBN. Can I have the three distinguished speakers? Avais Saab, could I invite you to the stage? Mr. Peterus Ustobs, and Dr. Jazeb Khan, if you could come back to the stage for the official digital launch of the EU PKBN, who will be putting their hands on the screen and will be showcasing that this is not a singular partnership. It is a partnership of a lot of stakeholders. Please, sir. Further to these three gentlemen, if I could invite all the champions of the EU PKBN to the stage to accompany us, Jeroen, and the ambassador, please. Thank you. No, but pehle first. So the champions are everyone here, and they're doing the...
Okay.
If we could have our three distinguished speakers put their hands on the screen. Avais Saab and Dr. Jazeb Khan. And we move towards the official launch of the EU-Pakistan Business Network. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. If I could just invite everyone on stage for a formal group photo. Thank you. Congratulations to all the champions. I wish to formally invite everyone to visit the booth, find out more about the EU PKBN and be part of this initiative. Thank you so much. And I'd like to invite our professional MC, Sidra, back to the stage. Thank you, Sidra.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And with this, we have formally opened the EU-Pakistan Business Network. You can learn more about that at the booth. Ladies and gentlemen, I must also let you know that now the B2B meetings are also open. For this, you can go on to the meeting rooms that are going to be available to you till about 8 p.m. today. So from 12:30 to 8, we have the meeting rooms open for the B2B visits and for conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, the booths are also available for you to get more information. We are now going to break for our networking lunch. The lunch is going to be served in the Crystal Ballroom. We are also invited, there are additional dining options available in the hotel restaurants, including Nadia, the Chinese, Italian, Thai, and the Crystal Ballroom for those who would find that to be interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is going to resume at 2 p.m. May I request you all to kindly come back to this convention hall by 1:55 so that we may be able to take this forward on a timely fashion. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here soon. We will now resume day one of our high-level EU-Pakistan Business Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, may I once again request you to kindly take your seats. We have a wonderful talk planned out for you. I hope everyone's had a scrumptious lunch, and of course the carb slowdown is very real, but nonetheless we have some very thoughtful conversations that will keep you not only focused, but it will be food for thought as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we move towards our first lightning talk. This is the Spark session that will allow you to explore ideas that are worthy of this forum. This one is about big ideas that move markets. Sometimes the magic really lies in the execution of it. May I once again request you to kindly take your seats, as I will now be inviting our speaker to take the floor. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. To open this afternoon with a short Spark session featuring big ideas that move markets, please join me in welcoming from Fourm, Mr. Muzaffar Mangi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Muzaffar Mangi for his lightning talk. How are you? Are you pleased?
Hello, everyone. Just want to make sure I'm audible. Okay, fantastic. So picture this. An ex-advertising veteran coming from a farming background in the middle of a sugarcane field, taking photographs. And those photographs are eventually going to end up in a brochure for an input company that's pretty much saying what every other brochure does. The only thing that's unpredictable is the weather and the yield. And that person used to be me. Now picture this. The same field being viewed from low orbit space across hundreds of millions of hectares in multiple countries. And what we're now able to talk about is not just how the sugarcane is, but how multiple crops are performing, when they were sown, where they're sown, how many tons per hectare we're looking at, when they were harvested, what the condition of the crop is, and basically very, very detailed crop insights at large scale, which agribusinesses can use to transform the way they're working and eventually feed a population of 10 billion people in 25 years' time. In terms of our story, we started off fairly small. We had about 600 acres of stress data for some fields. Today, we're serving agribusinesses across Latin America, Africa, the United States, Asia Pacific, and 14 countries in all. And when I say serving, we're not giving them inputs. We're giving them hardcore, reliable statistics produced by AI and space technology. What began as a solution to our families and friends' farms to try and optimize them and reduce inefficiencies has now become a commercial model that's backed by artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the mission is clear. Whether it's Pakistan or whether it's any other country or any other agribusiness I've personally spoken to in a commercial function, the mission is to optimize business performance as an agribusiness, reduce crop loss, increase yields, and overall improve farming commercials. And what we're talking about is not just farming. People have a very traditional idea of farming. They imagine the blazing sun and a lot of mud-caked boots. What we're actually doing is AI leading to business optimization. It's fundamentally rooted in climate action. Agribusiness is no longer about tractors and silos. Agribusiness today is about servers and satellites. By helping seed companies, crop protection companies, fertilizer businesses, sugar companies, and food companies see near real-time crop insights across 500 million hectares, we've helped kind of reshape many things such as pricing strategy, procurement strategy, supply chain optimization, risk mitigation, risk scoring, and businesses are actually seeing incredible ROI on the basis of accurate data that AI is producing right here from Pakistan. And in the end, farmers win, agribusinesses win, and the planet wins. So here's the big idea. Agri-tech is Pakistan's single most overlooked investment gold mine. It is at the crossroads of climate resilience, food security, and artificial intelligence. We have the land, we have the data, we have the urgency, and we certainly have the technology in Pakistan. What Pakistan needs is investors' attention. Agri-tech is growing and will continue to grow globally. Europe itself is ready for large-scale technology deployment, solutions that are not just commercially viable, but also incredibly accurate, and solutions that are built in very tricky, difficult terrains like Pakistan ensures that the data integrity is significantly better in other parts of the world. So the next time you hear the word agribusiness, don't just imagine or think of mudcake boots. Also think of AI, deep tech, satellites, and decision science. Picture a future where farming and business are not just productive, but they've become predictive. We aren't trying to reinvent farming. We are, however, dramatically reshaping how farming and agribusiness is conducted, powered by AI and space technology. So ask yourself, what if the next big technology breakthrough in climate, food, and overall AI didn't come from Silicon Valley, but it's coming from Pakistan? It already is, it's loud, and together we can make it louder. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Muzaffar, and I think what a timely intervention this was, talking about agri-tech right after lunch. Of course, it makes a direct connect between what the farm-to-fork outlook could be and how things can really be evolving in the days to come. The time is now. There is immense room for opportunities and investments. Whenever we talk about unlocking these opportunities, the visual that comes to my mind is finding the right key. And in the world where it could either be a password, it could be a fingerprint, it could be facial recognition, finding that right mix to open and unlock these opportunities is extremely important. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now segue into our first plenary session. This is titled and themed as the Global Gateway, Unlocking the European Union and Pakistan Opportunity Corridor. This is going to be our first plenary. This is focused on the Global Gateway and the wider EU-Pakistan opportunity. Please join me in welcoming our moderator. He will be taking this conversation forward. He is, of course, the head of cooperation at the European Union delegation to Pakistan. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jerome Willems.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very difficult always to talk right after lunch. That's why we programmed a lightning talk just before this so that people already have the attention. So I hope I still have your attention for what I believe is going to be possibly the most important panel of these 2 days of the Business Forum, because it's about Global Gateway. Before we start, can I ask you, in all honesty, who really knows what is Global Gateway? Can you please raise your hand? Who knows what is Global Gateway? The first row knows it very well, but you're excluded. We don't take you into account. I see a few hands in the back row, but a lot of people who look like Global Gateway, no idea. I can reassure you, you are not the only one. Before we start with our very esteemed panel, who will try to make sure that everything you always wanted to know about Global Gateway but were too afraid to ask, will be answering all your questions. We want to just show you how many people in different parts of the world are struggling with understanding what is Global Gateway. Actually, we want to start with a video from our colleagues from the EU delegation in Cameroon, who hired an intern. He spent 6 months trying to figure out what is Global Gateway. Can we please show the video?
Long story short, I still don't really know what Global Gateway is. I'm Frank, an intern at the European Union delegation for 6 months, and honestly, I still don't get it. I spoke to Jerome, the head of cooperation. He explained it to me.
Apparently, Global Gateway is the EU's development finance strategy, implemented through a Team Europe approach and validated at EU level.
I listened, nodded, even stroked my chin like I understood. Truth is, I didn't. So I went to Elsa, head of communication. She tried a different angle. She said,
Think of it as our flagship projects.
Some are real golden nuggets, all contributing to a global vision. Sounds simple, right?
I listened, nodded, crossed my arms, still didn't get it. So I tried one last time. I went to the European Investment Bank. I asked again, and they told me,
for development finance institutions, Global Gateway represents hundreds of billions in investments in regions like Central Africa.
I listened, nodded, and at that point, my brain officially gave up. So yeah, in the end, I just gave up trying to understand Global Gateway.
So this is indeed, if you can recall at the end of this panel that Global Gateway is an opportunity, I think we have already succeeded, but we put the bar a little bit higher because we have really excellent speakers who can explain to you what is Global Gateway in practice. We have with us today, and I invite all three speakers to come and sit already with us. We have Peteris Oestoeps, our Director for Asia Pacific in the DG for International Partnerships in the European Commission. Give a warm round of applause. But we don't only have Peteris, we also have Turaya Triki, who is Director International Partnership in the European Investment Bank. And last but not least, possibly they asked me to be moderator because I'm able to pronounce the names of all the panelists. We have Hans Bogaert, who is Director of Agribusiness, Food and Forestry in the FMO in the Netherlands. Please have a seat.
Where do you want us to sit?
You. And so, yeah, we'll have 10 minutes of presentations of each, a very short Q&A, and then we hope that at the end of this session, when we ask you again what is Global Gateway, that many more people will raise their hands. So without further ado, I would like to ask Peteris Oestoeps to enlighten us about Global Gateway.
I have to say that Jérôme just made life miserable, at least for two reasons. First of all, after lunch, and there was from farm to fork, it was from fork to lunch, and of course it's very difficult to speak after the lunch. And then, of course, that video, to come to the point on explaining what Global Gateway is, it's quite devastating, specifically in the first session in the afternoon. But I will do my best, and I will try to enlighten, and of course I will be ready also to answer any questions you might have. So I need to accustom myself to the technologies, making sure that actually you see something on the screen. This, okay, very good. So, first of all, I will go back to one step. No. It goes slow. It goes into the wrong direction. So.
Anyone can help?
No, it's good. It will come. It starts well, actually. Questions still? Okay. So that was the presentation. So okay, perfect. I will start somewhere, actually, which is not in the presentation. And the point is that there are countries where I think to present the Global Gateway and explain is by far more difficult. But at the same time, I think in Pakistan, it's relatively easy, at least for part of those who would like to benefit from the Global Gateway, for simple reason that European businesses are already here. The numbers are here. So what we need is to make sure that the baseline, what we have in Pakistan in terms of the economic cooperation, what we have in terms of investments, is actually growing. And I think that is one of the key elements of the Global Gateway, to make sure that European investments can be widely used, widely implemented in the country, any country around the world, and Pakistan is not an exemption. At the same time, it is also something to say from the outset that Global Gateway is not only for private sector to bring forward. No. Actually, it is joint venture what we need, where we need private sector, we need Pakistani private sector, we need European private sector, but we also need banks, and I think this is one of the reasons why Turaya, as the EIB, is with us, but at the same time we also need a dialogue, and we need a dialogue with the government. So therefore, this is the joint venture what actually we need to make sure to move forward. Making sure that each and every aspect works well, and making sure that there are no, let's say, something falling in between the chairs. I will try again to do the presentation. This time I hope it will work better. So therefore, yes. So those are the key points I'm going to make to you. And without delay, I proceed to the first slide. I hope it works.
So why don't you press it for better?
So yes. So I will tell you when the next one should come. So the first one. Yes, please, next one. Next one? Oh, no, back one. So this one, yes. No, next one. Back one, please. Yes, what is the Global Gateway? Excellent. Global Gateway investment strategy. Strategy has been adopted already in 2021, so we are working with this instrument already for a while. And it is investment strategy globally where we would like to make sure that our investments are done in qualitative projects, in sustainable infrastructure, and of course in close partnership with our countries. Always there is a good question, how big is the financial power of Global Gateway? And you see the figure on the screen, which is 300 billion. It is a global figure. It is not attributed specifically to any country. It is not attributed to any specific region. It is a global figure, and it is something what we would like to invest globally. You might ask how successful we are, because this figure is dedicated until 2027, and today we are in last days of 26 in April. So the good news that actually we overpassed that figure already. Our calculations are that today our joint investments are more than 400 billion. So therefore I'm quite confident that by the end of 2027 our investments under the Global Gateway will be by far more than 300 billion. You might ask, but how? Who? In fact, it is the code name, which is the Team Europe. Team Europe means that there is a joint venture established between European institutions like European Commission. It is established with European development banks. It is established with European Investment Bank, but at the same time it is also established with EU member states as well as with the European private sector. That joint venture moves forward any investment in Team Europe spirit. You see another figure on the screen, which is 360 degrees. What does it mean? It means that we are not only investing in something what is hard infrastructure. We go in and we build and that's it. Actually, we try to look at the investments holistically and try to see what kind of additional elements might be required in complement to the infrastructure, whatever that might be. And we call them soft measures. It might be technical assistance, it might be technology, it might be something related to the regulatory frameworks, it might be something where we need cooperation and coordination with the government, everything which might facilitate the investment at the end. We call it 360 degrees, and therefore we try to advance those projects in that spirit. And then, of course, there is one last principle on this scale, on this slide, which is democratic values, good governance, transparency are the key principles what we would like to make sure that each and every global gateway project is undertaking. Next slide, please. Let's see. Yes. Success. We have 5 priorities in Global Gateway, and those are digital, health, climate and energy, education and research, and transport. And talking to many of you, reading the documents, reading what goes through our internal processes, actually I can tell you that quite many of those priorities are really important, and also the priorities not only for the EU, which are under the Global Gateway, but also are priorities for Pakistan. And some of the projects which I will mention later actually will underline it. Next slide, please. So, I already alluded to the 2 huge pillars. Global Gateway is something where we can invest in really hard infrastructure. Either those might be energy generation, those might be renewable projects, those might be energy storage, those might be hydro projects, those might be ports, those might be railways, you name it. The businesses know what hard infrastructure means, and all of that is covered by Global Gateway as such. At the same time, I mentioned 360 degrees, and that is the second big pillar, which is enabling environment. And we, with the Global Gateway, we try to combine those 2 pillars together, making sure that each and every element helps and make sure that investments can go forward. Next slide, please. As I mentioned already, the Global Gateway projects, or Global Gateway, is under development. It's rolled out all across, and we can see, first let's concentrate on the graph which is on the left, and you see the split between different sectors. And you see that at the moment, let's say almost 50% of our investments under the Global Gateway are covering energy and climate-related activities. Second priority would be transport. Third, digital, and then health, and last but not least, education. And on the right side, you see the split between different geographical areas, how the projects are implemented as we stand. And they're probably a little bit of the homework for me, as well as homework for you, homework for Turaya, making sure that the part which is Asia at the moment, which represents approximately 16%, so with good investments in Pakistan, probably that figure could go even higher globally. What I want to say about this graph is very simple. Those are global figures. Don't take it as a complete reference point. The numbers on, let's say, per sector, the split in this between different sectors would differ between the countries, between the regions, and in some probably parts of the world, the figures would be completely different as they are in the chart. But what is important, I think, overall, at the moment, energy sector is the one which dominates the most. You might ask, what kind of energy sector, and I can be very precise. Of course, we are looking forward to renewable energy. We are looking forward for sustainable energy sector, making sure that the energy sector becomes greener. Next slide, please. In Pakistan. So what I want to make sure that actually you have a little bit of information suggesting that in Pakistan today, it is not first time we are touching the global gateway. On the contrary, there are already flagships, which is, let's say, the most important, let's say, level of our projects implemented. And we have 3 specific flagships in your country. First of all, energy for climate resilience. And you see the provinces where this is implemented. And surprise, surprise, it is a lot concentrated on renewable energy, where specifically hydropower is in the epicenter, making sure that reliable energy to the households is delivered. But not only. We know that for businesses to drive forward, they require also energy as well. Secondly, we used our flagships also to restore the post-flood infrastructure in the country. And I'm sure Turaya will say about this more in detail, but it is making sure that our investments are also helping the irrigation systems, making sure that we provide return of agricultural sector to the parts of Pakistan which were devastated by the floods, and making sure that also irrigation systems are addressing the droughts in the country. So that is the second flagship. And last but not least, which coincides well with a soft pillar, which coincides well with a 360 degrees, is the TVET component. TVET centers, which actually helps to develop skills and focus on specific employment opportunities for youth as well as the women all across the country, making sure that the women and youth is well fit for the employment opportunities. Next slide, please. Yes, I'm almost there. And let's see what kind of investments, what kind of instruments we can provide. First of all, it is a mixture of grants, guarantees, and equity. This is what we provide. We can combine our tools, first of all, with technical assistance, training, and capacity. Thirdly, regular dialogue with the government, what I already alluded to. And last but not least, of course, we make sure that there is a good partnership with the private sector and make sure that there is also understanding of private sector what it requires. Next slide, please. What we want to achieve. Sometimes we have brilliant ideas, we have brilliant projects, but very often there is no bankability of the projects. So therefore, Global Gateway financial toolkit is designed for the projects to reach bankability. Either this is to mitigate the risks of the projects, or helping to support loans of the European Investment Bank, as well as making sure that large infrastructure and private sector development is getting, let's say, those financial injections which make the projects bankable. Next slide, please. Just to demonstrate to you that we have few other projects in Pakistan. I think this is, yes. So this is the project, this is the latest innovation for us, which is Investment Hub. where we want to make sure that European businesses in close cooperation with partners can submit the proposals for our evaluation. Either those are the businesses, either those are the banks. Those projects are discussed in respective teams back in respective capitals in Europe and submitted to us under the investment hub. And then we go through and make sure that all possible financial tools support the projects if we evaluate that projects are actually suitable for implementation and our tools can support them. This is just one tool, Investment Hub, but that is not the only one. And thank you very much, and I spent already a lot of time of yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peteris, for sketching the broad framework within which Global Gateway operates. I hope already after this presentation a few more hands will go up. But I'm sure that it becomes even clearer with the next two presentations where we try to color in that broad framework. First we have Turaya Triki, who will provide a bit more the perspective of particularly public sector investments, which are actually equally important for the private sector because there are opportunities as well for you to benefit from. So without much further ado, I would like to ask Turaya Triki to enlighten us on the perspective from the European Investment Bank. Turaya, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, that's good. I see some people had already coffee, but they still need for more. Okay, let me try to juggle with technology. So, of course, I mean, we've been over the past 24 hours talking about Global Gateway, and I hope that the presentation from Peteris gave you a better sense of what Global Gateway means. But very often as a banker, when I speak to partners, colleagues, the first question is, it's very nice to have a strategy, but where is the money? Are there resources? What can I get out of it? So what I'm hoping I will do over the next few minutes is to unpack further this concept of Global Gateway and how it could cater to your needs as business operators, as citizens of Pakistan or other countries. Next. So, next, yes. So when I start the conversation, I always assume that the audience doesn't know what EIB is, which is the European Investment Bank. So 30 seconds of history. Now, let me do like here. Who knows what EIB is? Can you raise your hand? Well done. So I see we still have some work also to do on the EIB side. So the European Investment Bank is a multilateral development bank that was created by the Treaty of Rome at the end of the 50s by, at the time, few European countries who decided to have this vision for a common economic community. And of course, that expanded over time into becoming the European Union. So the same treaty that created this concept of economic community created the EIB as a key instrument for the European countries to support their investment needs and priorities inside the European Union, but also outside. So we are exclusively owned by the 27 members of the European Union. To borrow the words of someone, a colleague that we met this morning, we're like the World Bank, but we belong only to the European Union. So, no, I'm still on the previous slide, so you're too fast. So basically, thanks to the capital injection from our member states, we evolved over time to become one of the largest multilateral development banks in the world. Of course, we are not a typical bank. We don't offer services at counters or services. We deploy financing, and this is what I'm going to describe in my presentation. We're AAA rating, and thanks to that, we are able to deploy billions. On this slide, I wanted to give you a sense of the scale. These are our results for 2025. We signed, I'm not talking about approval because the amounts that we approved are much bigger. We signed with our partners 100 billion euro. Here you have the regional distribution. There are roughly 4.2 billion that went to Asia and the Pacific. And I will elaborate on Pakistan in a few minutes. But beyond the billions, what I would like you to retain from this slide is that not only we deliver volume at scale, but we deliver also impact. We're one of the largest, if not the largest, provider of climate finance. And this is an area that, as Europeans, we're very proud of, in a context where a lot of partners are shying away or questioning commitments to climate. We believe that our partner countries need help and need financing to help them cope with the impact. 56% went to countries in least development and fragility affected countries, and 30% of the project benefited gender equality, one of very important also EU values. Next. It requires an applause. I agree with you on the gender. To deploy these billions, we have a large toolkit. You can see here on the graph different instruments that we could use. Who can be our client? A government entity, utility, a private sector company, a bank. So if you happen to be in one of these categories, chances that we may be able to finance your projects using long-term public sector loans. We can provide lines of credit to banks to support micro and small and medium enterprises. We can provide equity to provide financing into investment funds. We can provide guarantees. We can actually help also with issuance of bonds. We can support public-private partnerships. And when it's feasible, we can also provide local currency financing. What this slide is showing that if you are a business, what you can receive from us is either direct financing, if you have an expansion, it could be funded at a guarantee. We finance several government programs, so these are often tendered, and thus represent market opportunities for you. We can also provide lending to banks because we are not equipped to cater to the needs of small tickets, so through the financial intermediaries, we can cater to the needs of a larger number of SMEs. That could be your business or could be your supply chain actors because they need also financing to be able to deliver. Next. Next, please. So I think I will skip this slide because Petris was very clear about Global Gateway and the 5 sectors that we are focusing on. Here you can see, on this next slide, you can see what have we contributed? So Petris said that Global Gateway has the ambition to catalyze 300 billion. This can come from the European Commission, can come from different pots of money. EIB is central piece to deploy these resources. Of course, to be able to do so, we benefited from budgetary guarantee from the European Commission, so that plays an extremely important role to de-risk the investment what they make in a lot of countries. But we also use our balance sheet when we can. So far, we have deployed as EIB 31 billion in financing. This is money coming from us. 90% of what we do is supporting Global Gateway projects. So chances are, when Petris goes to a place like Pakistan and commits that we will be supporting energy, we will be the one writing the check. And of course, he writes a lot of checks for technical assistance, for the guarantees, for the blending. So together, we form what we call the nucleus of the Team Europe, and you will be hearing from others. You can see on the pie chart the regional distribution of the financing that we provided. Asia Pacific captured 14% of the financing that we deployed. And on the bottom part, you can see what we have committed to. We have committed as EIB to catalyze 100 billion of financing. I'm talking about catalyzation because when we provide money, we are always and very often a first mover. And that actually catalyzes others because we do not want to finance alone. So very often we bring in private sector, we bring in other financiers, and that's why we will talk about this catalytic role. We have committed to catalyze and contribute to 1/3 of the target that was set under Global Gateway, and I'm happy to report that we already exceeded this target. We're at 117 billion. Yes. So delivering on results, let me skip. I wanted to give you a few examples. So Pakistan has been already beneficiary of financing coming from Global Gateway. We have signed in December a loan of 60 million plus 3 million of technical assistance provided by the EU to finance 2 water treatments. You know that the city of Karachi has some water problems. The formal system caters to only 50 to 60% of the needs, and thanks to our financing with other partners, we're expected to add about 1 million cubic meters, serving about 6.6 million people. This is actually an example of a global gateway project and what global gateway can do, providing financing to implement, technical assistance to support capacity building. This is another example of a project. It's actually called the Central Asia and Southern Asia 1000 Regional Transmission Line. As EIB, we provided 149 million project to Tajikistan, and actually more than 200 that we just report here, the top up to Kyrgyzstan, to provide transmission lines. This is actually a huge, about 1,000 kilometers of transmission line going through Central Asia, linking to Pakistan. Why this is important? I've been hearing over the past few days about reliability of the grid. One of the ways for reliability is to be able to transit and exchange on energy and electricity where there is a need for the Pakistani grid. And this is through the transmission, this is what we're trying to achieve. Global Gateway is about infrastructure, but we are also not forgetting about the SMEs. Here I wanted to give an example of what we have done. It's not about Pakistan, but that's something that could also be relevant to Pakistan. Bangladesh, there are 7,000 companies operating as a manufacturing hub for EU companies that are producing in Bangladesh, exporting to the EU market. There is a new regulation requesting sustainability that these supply chain actors need to comply with. So what we have done that we provided to a commercial bank called BRAC Bank a loan of 60 million to help both micro and small and medium enterprises today producing in the textile and ready garment sector in Bangladesh to improve their water, energy efficient circularity practice. And here we partnered with a program from the European Union called Switch to Circularity. And the idea is to have the win-win partnership for Bangladesh, preserve jobs and export, and for EU companies to continue supporting their supply chain, exporting, and of course complying with the new requirements. Here I have an example of technical assistance program through the central banks and local banks who are greening, providing technical assistance for green taxonomy to help green the local banks, develop products and capacity to provide green loans, which is needed by most of the economies. Last but not least, we are currently engaging, it's a new area for us, into trade finance. We're trying to see how we can facilitate trade by addressing competitiveness and risk-bearing capacity of banks or European credit export agencies. The idea is to improve the competitiveness, but also the volume of trade between the country and the EU. So to conclude, and I'm sorry I had to rush through the slides, I can go on and on and on. What I would like to leave you with is 3 messages. The first one, Global Gateway is a strategy, but it's a strategy that has significant resources behind it and resources. At the European Investment Bank, we are a key implementer of the Global Gateway. We work very closely with the European Commission to deliver on this win-win partnership. And I would like to conclude my 3rd message by borrowing on a Pakistani proverb that says, "Ek or ek gyara," which means 1 + 1 means equals 11. That understands and underscores the importance of partnership. Together, we are all convening together to celebrate the collaboration and the partnership between EU and Pakistan. I think by getting together and uniting our forces, we can go far beyond our simple addition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thuraya. Indeed, I love the 1 + 1 is 11. I think that makes it much clearer for everybody what is Global Gateway. Maybe I'll give you one more statistics, which I think is equally important. 50% of Global Gateway funding is earmarked through the EU, through the European Investment Bank. So to have the European Investment Bank re-engage with Pakistan as they are doing is a very important milestone for Pakistan to truly benefit from a Global Gateway. But it's not the only one, because there's also a strong private sector focus. And I'm very happy and proud that we have with us today Hans Bogaert, the Director Agribusiness, Food and Food Security in the FMO. which is simply translated into the Entrepreneurial Development Bank. Hans, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, please, if you can.
Excuse me, you don't want to be photographed because your badge is red.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, I took this picture with one of our clients or prospects in Pakistan, and I really like it. I would wish they have it in the Netherlands, but they don't, unfortunately. By the way, just as a starter, did you know the difference between a Dutch breakfast and a Dutch lunch? It's 4 hours. And everybody who ever visited the Netherlands knows what I mean. Apologies for that. Anyway, FMO, the Entrepreneurial Development Bank, we are like almost 50, 60 years old by now, and we are one of the leading development financial institutions in Europe and the only one that is a regulated bank. And that has its advantages and sometimes its disadvantages, but at least we are well regulated, and I'm sure that our main shareholder, the Dutch state, really likes that we are regulated. That saves them a lot of work. The good thing is that we are a 50-50 share between the private sector, which are the Dutch commercial banks, and the Dutch state. And that gives a very healthy, I would say, balance between focus on impact, additionality, but also on risk and returns. And yeah, we thrive well by that. We are also quite a bit of a special one because we have a sector focus. So many other development banks would finance many different sectors. We tried that, but we realized that it makes sense to specialize because then you are normally better able to understand your risks. So we focus on agribusiness, food and forestry, on financial institutions and on the renewable energy. Okay, we have a lot of different nationalities. Half of our management are women and a lot of other good things. We are AAA rated, but that is relatively easy because we have a guarantee of the Dutch state. But it allows us to relatively cheaply fund ourselves, and that is in the end good for our clients. Our clients are only private sector companies, so we cannot finance public companies. Yeah, I tell you a little bit about what we do more. So 3 sectors, food and agri, also very important for Pakistan. We focus on the full value chain, so from seeds to, in the end, retail. And our main focus is often with integrated clients, so clients that would typically combine a couple of these stages, like trading, processing, and that works well for us. Renewable energy, you see, is also pretty diversified from wind, solar, hydro to e-mobility, and lately also water was added there, so desalination, waste water management. Financial institutions is our biggest, I would say, sector. Financing basically banks and MFIs, fintechs all over the world. Maybe good to mention that our strategy is pioneer, develop, scale. So we really like to not only be active in one part of the sector, but really take smaller companies also by the hand, and that's often with support of the EU, like EFSD Plus, or the Dutch government funding. So this is typically by funding off our own balance sheet, so not on our own balance sheet. Then you get into the develop scale, then we use our own money from our own balance sheet that we fund ourselves with. And if we really scale, our syndication department will take over and will invite other friendly development banks or commercial banks to join us in deals that could go up to $500 million or bigger. So, 2 minutes? Oh, no. Okay. Our offering is, we like long-term stuff, capex, investments, medium-term working capital. We can do equity. Actually, we started in Pakistan with our investment in Engro Foods, together with Friesland Campina in 2016. But typically, most of our business we do here is debt. And I referred to the EFSD Plus. If you talk about Global Gateway, for us it's very much linked to EFSD Plus. That's a guarantee program by the EU, and we use it actively to scale our special programs, like DFCD-AYA, which is the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development. We are building on a program for renewable energy called ERED. Nazira is a very big guarantee program, one of the biggest in Europe. It's now only active in Africa, but as for next year, we will also distribute it via our banks in the region here. And the carbon sink guarantee is especially focused on forestry. Okay. Now, agribusiness. We cannot finance really small companies. We would then refer to our partners, funds, etc. Typically, if we finance, our minimum tickets are like $10 million. But as said, long tenors, market-based pricing. We cannot do concessional pricing, so we don't want to distort the market by pricing, by cheaper pricing. But we like to proud ourselves that we are at least, in many cases, the fastest development finance institution. Public funds, very important, particularly for the pioneering phase. This is a lot of Dutch government. Even the UK government provides us with funding for forestry. That's very nice. Just maybe as a last slide, because I'm sure the 2 minutes are over. This is the regional footprint that we have in food and agri. We're very proud that we invested in GH2, a rice derivative project in the Sindh province, and Uzar, the promoter, will be later on stage to explain. For the rest, Bangladesh, Vietnam, etc. We think there's a lot to do for us, and Pakistan is still a bit, I think it's, I see a lot of potential. And there were some slides on renewable energy, where we are a bit further advanced than in agri here in Pakistan. Garo Solar and Zephyr Power are some of the examples in which we invested already a few years ago, doing very well. Lakeside Energy, maybe some of you know. Also showing that Pakistan is really one of the front runners, I think, globally in the green transition, and that's very nice. Uzbekistan also active with a very big one, 250 megawatts. Anyway, we are open for business. We have a very large network globally with food and agri, energy, also Dutch knowledge institutions like Wageningen University. Happy to connect you, happy to work with you. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hans. That doesn't seem to work. Can this work? Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Hans. In addition to 1 and 1 being 11, we also learned what is the difference between a Dutch breakfast and a Dutch lunch. And for those who don't like cheese, you will never find out. We still have very little time left, and I want to ask each of the panelists one question, which I'm sure will be further delved in during the rest of the panel discussions, but also during the B2B and B2F, business to financial institution meetings that will take place over the course of the next 1.5 days. And that's a simple question. What, in your view, stops Pakistan from benefiting from more global gateway opportunities? And what steps can Pakistan take to remove those obstacles? So 1 minute for each of the panelists. Petris.
I'm still puzzling 1 + 1. But okay, I will go to Netherlands to figure But answering to your question, there are a few things. I think first of all, we need to collectively tell the positive story of the developments in Pakistan, because I think there might be a perception in Europe that Pakistan continues to go through very difficult financial situation, IMF program, and so on and so on. That big dark cloud, in my opinion, continues to hamper quite many opportunities in the country. And it is a joint and collective effort to make sure that the story of those enterprises, European enterprises who are operating in the country, is told. It is joint venture, again, between government and ourselves. Secondly, I think we need to make sure that instruments are well understood and used at different levels in the country. Because one level is to talk to the federal level, and there might be a certain limitations what federal level can do, but we can always go to provincial level, and there is plenty of opportunities, in my opinion. So therefore, by doing that, we can untap even more potential. And thirdly, I would say we, from our side as the European Union, probably we need to be more focused and not to try to do everything, but rather than to say there might be just few sectors where we feel from our side very confident and we can go for full speed forward and we can deliver results. Of course, not only our interests, but in close partnership with the government of Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrice. So change the perception, increase the awareness, and have more focus. Good 3 recommendations. Turaya, what about you?
No, thank you very much. Actually, it's unfair that Patrice spoke before me, because the first issue I wanted to flag was the perception. I mean, unfortunately, Pakistan comes in the news not necessarily for the good reasons. And the general perception is very important for anybody who's going to invest resources in the country. When it boils down here, I would like to take the angle of a foreign direct investment, and yesterday we had a chance also to engage and speak to a lot of private sector companies. What the private sector entity is interested in is clarity and stability and predictability of the regulatory framework, being able to get the money in and out of the country in an easy manner. So that, of course, means in terms of regulation, while safeguarding, of course, the situation of the country, is to work on some of the foreign exchange challenges that we've been hearing. There were also some discussion about energy reliability, cost, tariff affordability. As EIB, and I hope through my presentation you can see the breadth and the width of the investment that we can make. We have invested in energy, we are investing in water, we are having discussions on continuing this investment, expanding also to transport, to logistics, so that we can together create the enabling environment. So what we hope is to continue seeing, I would say, the government sustaining their efforts. There have been a lot of good work done on stabilizing the macroeconomic situation, on reforms. That pace, I hope, will continue. Its commitment to partnership. I think this forum is a good illustration of the importance of working with partners, with like-minded partners. Of course, good communication, raising awareness about the potential, about all the good stories. All of us need to go through the challenge of telling the good story about Pakistan to 3 people that you know who do not know Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think we are collectively working on this issue of perception by having the forum today, by bringing also lots of people that normally will not come to Pakistan and see how unbad it actually is. Hans, for you, the last minute.
Yeah, thanks. I will keep it very practical. Maybe two things that can change, hopefully, for the better.
For us, people like us, development financial institutions, to be more active in Pakistan. I think one is predictability, was already mentioned. We've seen that particularly in foreign exchange transactions, at a very late stage, the central bank still needs to approve and check the deal, and that gives unpredictability. And can that be, for example, earlier in the investment process? The second one, a bit of a sensitive issue maybe, but that is the interest subsidies system. Yeah, I think it's what we see now, that's also very big companies benefit from that, which is of course on the one hand great, but on the other hand, that doesn't stimulate a very competitive sector. And also it is difficult for us then to compete in this market. And then you miss out on development banks that may have invested in long-term development of a sector. So these two things.
Thank you very much to our panelists, Peteris Oestoops, Thoraya Triki and Hans Bogaert. I hope you have been much more enlightened about Global Gateway, and not just the theory, start to seize the opportunities. There are many. Thank you so much.
I almost scared my panelists saying that it's another presentation that they need to give. Ladies and gentlemen, may we get them together for a photograph? This again becomes our legacy asset. And thank you very much for explaining to us in detail what the Global Gateway is all about and how Pakistan and our various partners in the room can make the most of it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to break for coffee, but I must let you know that there will be a breakout session right after this that is focused on agribusiness, building sustainable European Union and Pakistan food and agri value chains. We are going to reconvene over here once we are done. To come together for the navigating through tomorrow's opportunity, how the day has been spent, around various subjects, various plenaries. So hope to see you back here by 5 o'clock in this very venue, and the breakout sessions will happen by 3:45. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to please enjoy yourselves and have a cup of tea and come back for the breakout sessions that are to begin at 3:45 sharp. Thank you very much.
agribusiness, building sustainable European Union, Pakistan food and agri value chains. So could I please have everybody at their seats, and we will begin with the session shortly. Thank you. Just a friendly reminder for everybody in this room to kindly be seated. We are now going to begin with our breakout session. Thank you. We will now be beginning with our session on agribusiness. Let me first introduce our moderator, Ms. Anna Choom, Senior Economist, World Bank. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So just quick housekeeping. I've been asked to request if people in the audience can move up a little bit. So while I introduce the panelists, if you feel moved to get closer, that would be fantastic. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm absolutely delighted to moderate this session on navigating new frontiers, enhancing EU-Pakistan agricultural collaboration for sustainable growth. We have a wonderful set of panelists, and I will call them one by one to the stage. So starting with Dr. Marcus Klinger, International Officer, European Commission, Director General, Internal Markets, Industry and SMEs. We have Catherine Bessie, Senior Food and Safety Officer with the FAO. We then have Uzair Nassim, CEO, GH2 Industries. Arthur Hussain, DG of Trade Development Authority of Pakistan, TDAP. We also have Mohammed Adil Ali, CEO of Bakat Frisian Agro Limited. And finally, we have Mohammed Ali Hamza, Corporate Affairs, Friesland Campina Engro, Pakistan Limited. Round of applause. There's still a lot of spots in the middle, so you can move forward again if you feel moved, and thank you for attending. Okay, fantastic. So before we start, hello? Okay. Before we start, I just wanted to share a few comments. I think it's impossible to overstate the importance of this session. Agriculture is an important part of the Pakistan economy. It's about 1/5 of GDP. It's a massive employer of women and youth. So 1 in 3 Pakistanis work in this sector. And if you look at rural women, it goes up to around 70%. It's also an important driver of export growth. And I think it's impossible to envision Pakistan's future without talking about agriculture and agribusiness. So I think the selection of this topic for the forum definitely reflects the reality. And I think it's wonderful that we've been able to bring together a wonderful array of speakers on this panel. You'd notice we have representatives that know a lot about market access to the EU. We have a government representative, a distinguished one from TDAP, and also 3 wonderful representatives from private sector. So I think we're going to get a lot of good insights across all aspects of this sector and of the value chain. So very much looking forward to it. And despite the importance of agriculture to Pakistan, I think it also goes without saying that there are a lot of challenges on the regulatory side, on the system side, and also when you look at investments, the agriculture sector, given its potential, is underinvested. So when you look at foreign direct investment, it's around 0.6% of GDP for Pakistan. Compared to other comparator economies, this is woefully inadequate. And I think here we would like to understand what the opportunities are around sustainable value chains, looking at food safety issues and how these innovations can really enhance Pakistan's sort of performance when it comes to accessing the EU market. So with that said, I think we'll jump right in. We will have a very vibrant session, ask each panelist a question. We will then open up for audience questions and then wrap up. So I want to start first with Dr. Marcus Klinger. So you have a very good oversight of what it takes for Pakistani exporters to reach the EU market. And I think all of us here understand that the requirements are rapidly evolving for the EU. And I think any new Pakistani exporter or even existing exporter is always curious to understand where these requirements are heading. So can you give us an overview of what it takes to access the EU market and what some of these evolving trends are that we should be aware of? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Actually, that would be the centerpiece of my presentation. I was planning to take you on a short trip into European Union. Where does the European Union legislation come from? Where does it lead to? And how does it influence EU-Pakistan trade relationships? So that would be actually the core of the matter. And we would definitely also take some time to look into specific issues, products where Pakistan is already exporting into the European Union. Can we improve that? Or where are there products which can open new markets? And to my take, Pakistan is absolutely capable to take that path.
Fantastic. And can you say a bit more about some of these evolving trends in the EU regarding food safety and what this means for Pakistani exporters?
Look, that's the. I think I can jump immediately into the first part of the presentation. Actually, the European Union has started in the 50s of the last century as a very, very agriculture-centered institution. The thing was, after the Second World War, you know, the most important thing in the European Union was food security. How to keep people fed and how to combat, well, even with hunger back then. That was a common agriculture policy, which went hand in hand with a common exterior policy. That means the duties, which are very high in the agriculture sector, were there to protect agriculture. But it was agriculture policy that denominated it. And within the European countries, and you can imagine they're very proud food producers. I mean, everybody from every country, and I've had some delicious food here in Pakistan, is very rightly proud of their regional products, of their regional specialities. And in Europe, if you just think about founding nations like France, like Italy, they have one of the best kitchens in the world. And of course, in the European Union, one of the first things was we needed to find some way how to get that under one roof, to maintain the, let's say, the pride of the several countries, but on the other side, to maintain also one of the fundamental rights in the European Union, which was free trade of goods. And that's what we did in the European Union very pragmatically up to the, let's say, end of the 90s, by just saying, look, as long as there is no risk to health, and as long as consumer protection in a rudimentary form is guaranteed, we just acknowledge the right of everybody, and we just acknowledge the recipe, instead of regulating what is a European beer, what is a European bread, and so on and so forth. On that basis, there came a big shock in the 1990s, end of the 1990s, which everybody in the world remembers as the mad cow disease. It was one issue which had high implications on public health because it was found out, and that was the whole scandal, that the BSE, the mad cow disease, can jump over to humans with the Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which was a big shock in the European Union. And Commissioner Fischler back then, who was in charge, it was interestingly the Agriculture Commissioner who was still in charge with it, and I think he handled it perfectly by immediately on the very first day being briefed overnight by a neurologist from Switzerland, told the world, we're tackling this problem and we guarantee you we come out with the safest food system ever on the whole globe. Which we did. In the European Union, we founded DG Sante, which is now the institution, and for everybody from Pakistan, whoever will export to the European Union, this needs to be recognized as the institution which handles any kind of health-related issue with food, was founded, and DG Sante went to work. And they did in the European food law, the first of ever in 2002. They did a kind of harmonization of hygiene provisions. They did also the harmonization of all. Established a food and veterinary office which did the audits all over the world. We installed the audit system. So that was the second thing. First, all about agriculture, then from BSE on, very much the focus on consumer protection and on health, with the foundation of DG Sante. A third step took place pretty much recently, when the ecologic element gained much more influence. And that was when the Green Deal comes on the agenda, and the Green Deal basically was something passed in 2019, when the European Union decided to go for neutrality of all kinds of greenhouse gases and emissions by 2050. And that was translated once again into agriculture, and that's a big step to recognize that agriculture plays a role in this affair, plays a role in this thing. And that translated into the Farm to Fork paper in 2020. And that went very concretely in demanding to reduce all pesticides inputs into the European food production by 50%, and to reduce all fertilizers, which are responsible for nitrous gases, by 20%, to go to a level of 25% of organic production in the European Union, and to reduce antibiotics and things like that by 50%. And that leads us basically into the last step, which is the vision for agriculture and food from last year, which had to take something else into account after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, which was another bit of a shock, but it was a shock on the economic, on the scale of how the products are produced, how the products are brought to the consumer. It was a value chain shock, and particularly also for, not only for food, but also for fertilizers and you name it. European Union all of a sudden found out that we are dependent and that we cannot really react if geopolitical problems occur, and we are all of a sudden reflecting or all of a sudden confronted with huge price increases, not only for gas, but gas is of course playing a role in fertilizer production, and it's all interlinked. So basically, that was the thing where we knew we have to go also into resilience. And resilience is the new thing where all the back policies from the past need to be let out, that we say we need to take consumer protection very, very seriously, but on the other side we need to know that the European Union has to be able to be also self-sufficient for the most basic agricultural components, and we need to be careful not to be too self-restricting in the sense that we restrict ourselves with all kinds of Green Deal provisions, but everybody can import in the European Union without respecting it. So that's a little bit an overview of the European steps where we went over in the since the founding of the European Union. I think that was it, Anna, more or less, that you asked for.
No, fantastic. And you've mentioned 3 significant policy changes in under a decade, right? The Green New Deal, Farm to Fork, Vision for Agriculture. And I want to bring Catherine in here, because I think on the other side of this is what happens in the origin country and what's put into place in order to support access to the EU. So can you give us a sense of where Pakistan stands in having the foundation to meet these requirements that Marcus talked about?
Thank you, Anna. Yes, I'm really glad to share with the audience some piece of work that FAO and the government of Pakistan did last year, over 225, and that brings us a picture of where we are, and in that it is useful for us together to plan the next step for the future. So FAO, together with the government of Pakistan and the intensive participation of more than 40 competent authorities over the country, performed what we call an assessment of the national food control system. So basically, it looks at how federal and provincial competent authorities work together to ensure food safety across the different value chains. It's not value chain specific, it's really looking at the overall integrated picture across the country. For this, we used an international instrument which is based on Codex Alimentarius guidelines. For the one who do not know Codex, Codex is an international code which is actually the benchmark for food safety for the World Trade Organization, in particular the SPS agreement. So for trade matters, it is really critical. It is the reference that you would take. So this instrument is based on that. This instrument collects data, review it together with the stakeholders, so it's not like an audit that we do without involving all stakeholders, competent authority, private sector, consumers. And then we had a validation step, so it's not just evidence-based process, it's also externally validated. So it took us a year. This is all done to support the government program, in particular the Uran Pakistan initiative. And it's not just an assessment, it's also a strategic plan. And that strategic plan is really taking on board all the competent authorities and the other stakeholders, such as academia, consumers' organization, and of course, the private sector. I will not dwell into the details of that strategic plan because my colleague here, DG from TDAP, will speak a little bit more about that. But what is the key take-home message for that? It's that in Pakistan, we have most of the critical building blocks for a national food control system to work. Nevertheless, there are a few significant avenues for improvement that would really help to build the confidence of external and internal stakeholders into that system. That system is here to ensure, first and foremost, the health of consumers. So that is the health of all consumers in Pakistan and of course the consumers of the trading partners. And second, to allow fair practices in the food trade, which means set the ground for fair competition between the different food business operators that do produce food in Pakistan. Let me share with you two specific, let's say, insights of our results. The one is we absolutely need to work collectively on policy and legal framework for food safety. There are isolated efforts that exist and they are well noted, but it's really about bringing together all competent authorities, all ministries, all levels, federal and provincial, together with the stakeholders from the private sector and the consumers. A policy needs to have a broad base to be implemented. A policy is the anchor for a strategic plan and for coordination of action. And that's the second point that is a little bit painful here, is the level of coordination of the many very, let's say, very involved competent authorities that we noted. Everybody is really keen to do their job. The point is, build a cement around all those building blocks. We have bricks, but we have no wall, if you allow me this metaphor. So, of course, there are progress, significant progress very recently, and I'll end up my few words on that. Another element, technical element that comes out of this assessment is the fact that the risk analysis paradigm, which is, let's say, the basis for all competent authorities around the world dealing with food safety to operate, this framework is not really used in Pakistan. We have good inspection programs, but they are very much compliance-based. And there would be a benefit to move toward a risk-based approach. We have isolated monitoring programs, but we have no one national monitoring program that would bring together the different actors at federal and provincial level to generate a one picture of the major risks. So that is really critical. Get together to have a one program, and then everybody has their area of activity, but all those results flow together. And that, I think, would really be critical for Pakistan to meet the more demanding market requirements. We've seen that the trend is rather positive and improving, and that's great, but there are still holes, here and there. And what we are trying to do is to get a comprehensive picture where we do not have those holes anymore, because these holes are the ones that are damaging the reputation of Pakistan. Of course, we've said that requires collaboration and coordination across competent authorities, but I would also make a strong plea to bring in the private sector with let's say, a partnership mentality and, rather than verifying compliance, bringing the private sector with a view to create a partnership around food safety issues. Better balance that compliance measurement will always remain, but create partnerships. As a few concluding words, and before moving on, I really would like also to highlight like the creation of the National Agri-Trade and Food Safety Authority. It's just been created. We are looking forward to see, let's say, its program of action, it being fleshed out, but definitely that could be a significant step forward. Backed by the creation of the National Council and the roadmap for agriculture and food security. That, I think, provides already some sort of a strategic framework so that we can move forward. And also call all contributors to the strategic plan that was generated by the assessment to bring their contribution and work together towards a one goal. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. So my main takeaway is that the government is a central player in the ecosystem. And I think private sector is always looking to the government as an enabler rather than a barrier or an impediment. So I would like to ask Mr. Arthur from DG TDAP, what are some of the initiatives coming out of TDAP to address some of the constraints that Catherine has mentioned? And what can the private sector expect from government in helping navigate what Marcus has described as a very sort of evolving trend in EU requirements for market access?
Thank you very much. First of all, I appreciate the FAO framework that they have developed. The FAO framework that they have developed, especially the 5 objectives, and these objectives are correlated with the framework, food security, food control, and the collaboration of different stakeholders. Our export to EU, average export last 3 years is around 1 billion each year in the EU market. Our 45% export is the rice. For last 8 years, we were number 1 in the EU market in Pakistan basmati rice. This gives an edge to the Pakistan. And of course, if we have a good export, we have to meet those standards and the requirement of the EU that we have to comply with. In 2024, we had a 91 intervention. Trade Development Authority of Pakistan started conducting sessions, workshops, and seminars in relevant clusters, rice cluster in Punjab and Sindh. In this regard, we had also involved Department of Plant Protection and the other stakeholders, especially provincial governments. Provincial government, their extension department. We had given them training. We had given them required assistance that how they can meet those standards of the European Union. Positive thing is that in the 2025, 55% interceptions were reduced. In 2024, we had 91 interceptions. In 2025, we had just 45 interceptions. All because when the different stakeholders work together on one platform, they understand that what are the requirements and they comply those requirements from the growers as well as from the exporters, then things become very much positive. The current framework the FAO has developed, and we had a good discussions on this thing, and when they were developing this framework, we had involved also the other stakeholders. I think if we implement in a full swing, it can have a very much positive results. And we believe that if we implement on the other sectors also, maize, sesame, and the other product that we are exporting the EU, I think a lot of change can be brought. Point is that the NEFSA, the newly developed from the Department of Plant Protection organization, need to be trained. Their capacity need to be built up. They need to have required equipments as well as manpower training so that they may understand that what are the requirements of the EU market. So we are focusing with the assistance of FAO. Today we had also a meeting that how can we assist relevant departments, provincial government, as well as the NEFSA and the other departments so that we can meet those standards and also give training to the relevant stakeholders. Thank you.
Fantastic. Can I ask a follow-up question? So Catherine mentioned the challenges around coordination, and you touched very briefly on improving federal and provincial coordination, and you cited one example where that worked really well. How can we make sure that this moves from being sort of isolated wins in specific value chains to enabling federal provincial coordination for multiple value chains and across the sector as a whole? And are there things that the private sector can look forward to when it comes to enhancing and strengthening federal provincial coordination? Because I think that's where a lot of the challenges come in, and maybe our private sector panelists can speak to that and can speak to some of the issues that they have. But I just wanted to hear on how that's playing out on the government side.
Very good question. Actually, when we had started the training of the provincial government in Punjab and Sindh, we had focused on the extension department. So when they are trained, they can give a required training to the farmers as well as to the growers. So it had a very much positive impact. At the federal level, we have a NAFSA, Trade Development Authority is there to support, but we are trying our best that the provincial government may align their rules, align their department, align their labs as per the requirement of the NAFSA, and the NAFSA should give them training to the provincial government. There is a need of a coordination, support. Problem is, federal government issues certifications for the European Union export, and at the provincial level, they have to implement. So we want to close this gap, and TDAP want to work as a bridge between the provincial government as well as between the federal government, so that the things should be aligned. So we are trying our level best on this.
Okay, thank you. So let's bring in Uzair, CEO GH2. You're with the private sector. And you know, when we spoke in preparing for the panel, you talked about how Pakistan exports quantity, not value, and GH2 is working in the rice value chain to address that exact problem. Can you just maybe quickly take through the audience through your business model? And once you're done, it would be great to reflect on how we can scale your success as, you know, GH2 and hopefully replicate this across different value chains if possible.
Sure, happy to share my 2 cents. So there's been some discussion of rice, which is very much an important commodity in terms of export for Pakistan. We're a newcomer. Our project is right now under construction. Parts of our facility are online, so we have some experience already with some of the, you know, the very stringent quality standards that Marcus was discussing as well. Basically, our idea is that, you know, Pakistan has massive potential in agriculture, but we are still primarily a commodity producer and a commodity exporter. So personally, from our side in the rice value chain, we are trying to go from being a commodity producer to being, you know, an ingredients platform and an ingredients exporter for global food and pharma. So just to quickly crystallize that, we are taking rice byproducts such as broken rice and transforming them into high value, hopefully, high value products such as rice protein. So we're the first human grade rice protein producer in Pakistan. And also we're even making an API, which is an active pharmaceutical ingredient. So anytime anybody in Pakistan has ORS, which is oral rehydration, right? Or you get a drip inserted in case, let's say you need your blood sugar maintained, or there's, you know, somebody's had an upset stomach. The primary ingredient in that is imported, 100%. So we are also going to be the first manufacturer of that. So all of this is from rice. So we're really, from our side, trying to sort of transform rice from just a commodity into a value-added food and pharma ingredients play. So I'll stop there. Let me know if you have any questions about the model before I take the rest of your question.
Sure, a follow-up. So in terms of food safety for your final product, it's definitely important that the whole value chain prioritizes safety and high quality. How are you ensuring that that's the case in your line of business? So for example, with rice, one of the big issues is aflatoxins. Are you working closely with farmers to make sure, or sort of storage warehouse owners to make sure that the grains you use in your production are fit for market and help you achieve those food standard requirements? If you could just walk us through practically how you're addressing the problem.
Yeah, I think there are 2 key elements from our side, which I think are relevant to other businesses as well. One is the quality of the internal lab. So before you even involve the government or any external agency in terms of certification, you need to be very, very clear on what the standard is for your product and how do you achieve that in your internal testing, right? So for example, right now, as we speak, we have one of our key facilities, which is for rice protein, coming online. There are about 10 different parameters that are key for exporting to Europe, and the EU is a key market for us. So I also saw them in Marcus's slides. So for example, you have to look at aflatoxins, you have to look at pesticides, you have to look at, you know, obviously the ingredients themselves, you know, fat, protein, and so forth. And then also microbes, bacteria. Nobody is going to be able to help us until we have qualified lab professionals and also plant professionals who understand what quality is needed, right? So we are still not at the stage where I would be happy even sending this product for sampling to my prospective EU customers, because on these 10 parameters, we have over the last few weeks, nailed down 8 of them. 2 of them are still causing us issues, right? We will solve these. But then when we get past that stage, the next stage will be that we are going to have these results validated by an external lab. And here I think one of the shortcomings that I'm already finding is that a lot of these exporters, and including us, we are going to have to send these samples to EU labs for pesticide tests. So there's a whole host of pesticides that the EU needs tested. And unfortunately, the lab infrastructure in Pakistan is not developed to the extent that I think I would be able to trust that. So I think this is a key gap which, stakeholders can come together and address. Just a last takeaway on this from my side. Let's say we do all of this, right? What are we really looking at? The government in some cases definitely is an enabler, and we've had positive experiences. But I think for our side of the business, really we are being led by our customer. So our customers are distributors in Europe. So because they're not really, we're a B2B model, not B2C. These are companies that have quite a bit of expertise internally as well. So they're also able to guide us on the standards that they need to be able to then on-sell our products to their customers. So for example, one of our customers is probably going to take our protein and then sell it to, protein blenders, right? Like you have whey protein, you have rice protein. So they are also very fussy. So there's another level of check, even if, for example, hopefully we don't, but we slightly mess up, they have their own QA, QC there. So I think that is really helping us, because they are helping us understand the standards even before we've sort of gotten into the market.
Great. So maybe I'll put DG TDAP on the spot. So Uzair mentioned the importance of having the infrastructure for testing, for accreditation, for certification. And he's also mentioned the pain points he's facing in that he might have to send it to the EU for testing. And this is a firm that will be competing with other countries that have that infrastructure in place. So how is the government thinking about creating that, that ecosystem for firms like Uzair's to be able to get the accreditation and testing that they require? And also, perhaps, how are you looking to partner with private sector to address this?
Government is focusing on improving the testing labs and also the quality system. In Pakistan, in last 2 to 3 years, around 3 to 4 international labs are established, especially when Karachi and the government of Punjab has established one lab, and slowly and gradually their ecosystem is improving in Pakistan. And we are trying our best that whatever the labs in the Pakistan who have a good standard, they may be accredited with the international bodies, so that their sampling as well as the quality should be at par with the Eurofin and the other requirements of the international labs. So there is a lot of improvement, especially in the government of Punjab has recently established a lab which is as per the standard of the international. So there is a need of a lot of improvement, but I think slowly and gradually things are improving.
Okay, thank you. So let's move to Adil, Ali. So your business is further along compared to Uzair's, and you've sort of established yourself in the poultry value chain and are servicing the EU market. Can you walk us through what it took for you to get to this point? And with the evolving requirements in the EU, what are the current challenges you face? And similar to Uzair, it would be great if you could tell us a bit about your company and what you work in, and then answer the question. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting
Closer.
me.
You have to be. No, just closer to the mic.
Thank you for inviting me to the panel. We have talked a lot about food safety here, but I'll talk about the commercial aspect. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, just making a commercial business out of a food safe solution will not take us very far. So when we start setting up this kind of a project in 2019, we thought, okay, what can be a commercial success? So we thought that in Pakistan, food wastage is a very, very critical element in which we have to focus on, because frankly, because they are of course focusing on export markets. When we started, we were focusing on more of a local market. So every project first needs to be commercially feasible. Then we should look to expand exports and then exports to EU. So I'll just briefly explain what we do, because we have started a new kind of an industry in Pakistan, We are active in egg value chain, where we process eggs and convert them into high value added pasteurized egg products. So before us, there used to be fragmented egg suppliers, poultry farmers, who used to supply eggs and bring it to the urban centers where there is a lot of consumption, and they were used to selling these eggs to big food manufacturers. So what we identified that there is a lot of food wastage happening in Pakistan. Pakistan is a very big country and population touching 250 million. We are one of the 10 largest producer of many agricultural products. But for basic agricultural product like wheat, rice, maize, the food wastages are tolerable. But for the products in which we are active, fruits, vegetables, poultry, dairy, the food wastage is very, very critical, especially when the products are coming from the farm level to the urban centers. So we tried about solving this problem. This is the commercial reasoning to enter what we are doing. So when we started, we saw a lot of wastage in the system. So we started collecting the data, and with our processing, which is of course we are a Dutch company with a Dutch joint venture. So the technology has come from European Union, and we specialize in producing food safe product by eliminating a lot of the wastages. So we, as of today, are processing approximately 1 million eggs on a daily basis. And just last month, our new factory in Faisalabad has set up, so it will increase our capacity to 2 million eggs. So on an average, we save around 10% of the eggs, which had we not been there, those 10% of the eggs were wasted before we came into this business. So as of today, we save approximately 100,000 eggs on a daily basis. So if you see it on an annual basis, that's approximately 25 million eggs saved. So for us, food wastage is very critical, and when we start saving that product, it of course translates into a lower product, and then we are able to pass on this efficiency to our consumers. So this is how we established this business. Then going forward, of course, we started selling our products to export markets in the GCC region. The product quality was of course nice. But the biggest challenge which we face right now is in the export segment. We are now around 20% of our sales are now exports. And Pakistan has become one of the leading exporter of egg and egg products in the Middle East. So for us, we would like to, of course, we are a European company, and we are finding very, very difficult to export our products to EU. Of course, EU has been extremely beneficial in capacity building, also helping our company directly with investments and technology. But I think at certain point we need support from the European Union to help to gain more market access. Rice, yes, very, very good. You need rice. So of course, a lot of rice can go into EU. But for some products which you officially classify as sensitive, egg is a sensitive product, we don't get the GSP benefit as well. So we would like to, of course, there are a lot of deficiencies, like Mr. Athra also mentioned that there are overlapping issues here between the federal and provincial level. Our quality might still not be up to that level so that we are able to export it to EU. But we think that we can get better market access, and we need support from able people sitting here.
So I saw him looking straight at you, Marcus. Do you want to comment on his call for support from the EU, and how do firms navigate this issue of sensitive products and wanting to access the EU market?
Thank you very much, and I'm listening with high interest, and thank you also for the
just
for this
closer
input.
to the mic.
Pardon?
Closer to
it's
the
okay
mic.
like that?
Perfect.
It's better like that?
Excellent.
Thank you. Look, I see a certain consensus here around the table. What's at stake? It comes down. We know Pakistan has GSP Plus, which is a very privileged situation. You share it with several other countries. which basically gives you access to the European market for everything but arms at duty-free. Pakistan has a lot of advantages by the nature of the country and by the knowledge of the people and by their industriousness. Two-thirds, 66% of all basmati imports in the European Union comes from Pakistan. I find that amazing. Then we had this case where GSP Plus, for the time being, is paused. It's ethanol. Yeah, once again, it is a success story from Pakistan. Why did we pause it in the European Union? Well, between 2021 and 2024, we had an increase of 90% of exports of ethanol, which led to a market share of Pakistan on the whole ethanol market, and we produce a lot of ethanol in the European Union ourselves with higher costs and all further disadvantages of 30% and 170,000 tons, and all the producers in Europe, they just kept knocking on the door of the Commission and said we have to do something about it, because if we draw this line higher up, with the price advantage of Pakistan, which is at least 25%, we're gonna go belly up. Very straightforward. It was one of the things where in the Commission, the trade people said, well, we're gonna suspend GSP Plus for 2 years, and we're gonna see how it develops. And now comes my point where I want to encourage what I've heard a lot around this podium here. It's about proactively collaborate and look into the possibilities in a realistic way. Collaboration, I think, has a lot to do internally in Pakistan between the private sectors and farmers. Tell the farmers which pesticides can be used, which cannot be used. It is a lot of collaboration needed between the private sector and the government. Because the government finally gives out a certificate. Then we heard about the problems of, and that's not a Pakistani problem, it's a problem which we have in the European Union as well. Even my little country, Austria, is a federal state, and we have division of competencies of control and certification, and so on and so forth. But, and that's a big but, it has to be done in a collaborative way. One has to know if you block each other in this collaboration, the whole country will suffer. And if you collaborate well, it is something very good for the whole country. So in this context, also maybe collaboration with warehouses to tell them how to avoid mold, what are the good agricultural practices where we can avoid big problems, which aflatoxin is clearly one of them. How do we avoid that? And how do we get over that? Because in the European Union, we have a simple system. We have a rapid alert system for food and feed, which is for every food product which comes in the European Union. This has to go through a border inspection post. If there is a problem, first we don't control much of non-sensitive products. I mean, animal-based foods we completely control, but for others we control very little. We have one country in Asia which exports rice based on, or noodles based on rice. First the control was 5%, then they found contamination with genetically modified organisms. So the control went up to 10%, then it went up to 20%, then it went up to 50%, and then it went up to 100%. Now 100% of all consignments from that very country is controlled. I'm just saying it to explain how the import control system in the European community works. So therefore, I would encourage this cooperation, collaboration on all of these aspects, to do it proactively, and in this context see that even before the product goes into the European Union, you do have a kind of a system in Pakistan, privately or publicly, where you do a proactive pre-control to avoid that this RAS system is being activated. Support from the European community, and I'm coming back to your request. I think the support of the European community is granted. And I think the address of the support is the delegation here in Islamabad with agricultural experts. And I think they are very well connected with Brussels. And I think that's the angle to tackle here.
Okay, great. So moving on to Mr. Hamza.
Yeah.
So I think one consideration private sector has when thinking about investing in agribusiness in Pakistan is how to address the issues of informality across value chains, right? And sort of the lack of aggregation in agricultural value chains. And your business in particular, working in the dairy sector, faces this issue acutely for many reasons. And I think dairy is one that's also quite sensitive in terms of nutrition and making sure that everyday Pakistanis have access to dairy. So that informality question is a bit more complex. But it would be good to hear how your business has navigated this informality in your specific value chain. And perhaps, if you have any advice or comments to other private sector players in their own spaces, it would be good to hear.
All right. Thank you, Anna. We are Friesland Campina Anglo Pakistan, a partner of or a part of Dutch dairy cooperative that is Royal Friesland Campina. In 2016, the Royal Friesland Campina got into a strategic partnership with Anglo Foods. So I'm just giving an introduction of the company, and then I'll get to your question. So in 2016, the Friesland Campina got into a strategic partnership with Anglo Foods and investing $450 million US. Till date, this is the largest private sector FDI in the agri sector of Pakistan. And that deserves a round of clap. All right. Now, when we talk about FDI, it's not about the money. It's about the trust and believing in the future of the country. And Friesland Campina is a wonderful example of trust in action. So we believe that the ground of Pakistan is there for growth, where you have 250 million people, a large consumer market, but you just need to have to make little readjustments. So that was a little introduction. Getting back to your question about traceability or informality. So actually you refer to the challenges we had in the dairy sector and the food chain as well. So traceability, yes, when we got into a partnership, what we brought 150 years of experience, we brought technology, we brought expertise to Pakistan. And that helped us to integrate the fragmented smallholder dairy farmers. We digitized the milk collection centers. So when we talk about the traceability, we are an example that our digital system works at the village level at the milk collection center. So that's the first point of data for the traceability. So from the village milk collection centers, it goes to the area centers, and then it goes to the factory. So from the raw material till the retail shop, we have a complete batch traceability. And this traceability includes the data of the farmer, the quality of the milk, the volumes we buy, and also the time we purchase that, and it goes through the entire thing. And this is an ERP-based integrated system. But Anna, I must say that this is one of the challenges that you mentioned, and which is very important, that is traceability, and we as a company have tried to handle it and did that. But there are other challenges that we faced. For example, one of the challenges, formalization. Most of you must be familiar that in Pakistan, only 8% dairy sector is regulated. When we talk about regulated, it means it's 8% that follows international standards, it follows all regulatory requirements, and it also pays the tax. 92% are the one, what they sell you, you have no idea, because there is no compliance assurances. It's unregulated. So that's one of a big challenge for the dairy sector, that only 8%. And that also offers an opportunity for the players, international players, that if 8% turns into 48% one good day, it's a lot of business. And it's not about only business. Just for the sake of information, Pakistan is one of the most milk-consuming country, 0.6 liter per person per day. This is one of the highest consumption rate. On the other hand, it is 40% stunted growth in the children. So it doesn't make any sense that highest milk consumption country, on the other hand, 40% stunted growth of the kids, and the women are malnutritioned. Why? Because the 92%, what is that selling you? You have no idea, because there are no checks or the balances. So this is one another challenge. And for that, what we are doing, we are advocating with our partners, with Pakistan Dairy Association and other fellows, advocating the government that kindly regulate it. Look at the West. We follow the West. West has done this formalization decades ago, and we need to do that. So that's a second challenge. A third challenge that I would like to point out is policy unpredictability. Just imagine that there is a 0% GST on milk, and one fine morning you get up in 2023, the GST on milk is 18%. Does it make any sense? GST on milk 18% is a global anomaly. Why it is a global anomaly? If you look into the data, the highest GST on milk is 10%, and there are countries 0%, 4%. At average, it is 5%. Pakistan, 18%. That's not a level playing field for the formal sector. And the FPCCI data says that because of this 18% GST inclusion on milk, rounded 1,300 billion rupees to the informal sector. And that 1,300 billion rupees got into the unregulated sector, not taxed, no health assurances. So I think the policy unpredictability is one another concern. But Anna, last thing, challenges are there, but opportunities are always there. So for the future investors who are looking at investing in the agribusiness of Pakistan or dairy, there are 2-3 things I would just like to mention. Number one, that it is a long-term thing. So if you come and invest in Pakistan, you need to be patient, because the patience will pay you off. It's not the quick or the immediate gratification. You have to wait for it. Number two, that in Pakistan, when we talk about capacity building, we do a lot of spending on the capacity building of the farmers, especially the women farmer. And I was just telling James that I am advocating that 2026 is FAO declared Women Farmer Year. And Frizzle Campaign Agro Pakistan have already been spending a lot of money on the capacity building of women farmer, and we have lots of success stories of dairy entrepreneurship and spending money on women so they become the major player in the dairy sector. So I think there is a lot of room of investment on the capacity building of the farmers, women farmer, and the youth. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to latch on to the point you made around traceability. And just one question to Catherine, and then we'll open up to the audience. So, of course, having a strong traceability system is central to food safety. In your work, what are the sort of interventions the government needs to put in place in order to support traceability systems for the private sector? Or is it on the private sector to come into a value chain, create the infrastructure and ecosystem to support traceability, or is it a combination of both?
There's certainly a combination, but one point that brings me back to one of the points I was raising initially, the need to work on a national food law, and that establishes traceability requirements, which legally there are elements of that in the provincial laws, but nationally you don't have a formal requirement for a traceability system. You have provisions for one step forward, one step back, but there's no formal requirements for that. So certainly that's one element, and there are many others that bring us to the notion of having one overarching food safety law valid for the nation, Because yes, food is obviously produced in a province, but then it will circulate. A part of it will circulate nationally and a part of it will maybe exported, right? So we need to bring that continuity. Then of course, another provision that needs to be established is the formal responsibility or the primary responsibility of food business operators for food safety. Again, it is not formally said. The notion of offenses in the provincial laws are there, and yes, of course, producers shall not do a certain number of things, but the primary responsibility of food safety lies with food business operators, and that, as a principle, is not established nationally. So, that is as such, a law will not resolve all the practical issues that have been mentioned, but it is still what you were saying before, you know, a base level on which the different actors of the private sector are clear on where is the game to be played. And regulatory predictability, that's also very important. So, you know, you are planning to issue a number of regulations, let the private sector know, agree on a schedule to adapt, and that, I think, would also go towards the you know, the notion of involving the informal sector, because of course it's not like acting overnight. You cannot bring everybody, regulate everybody, especially if you are thinking about the huge size of the informal sector. So it requires progressivity, it requires putting together elements of regulation plus non-regulatory approaches. But that requires a plan, a strategy, a long-term plan and strategy, which again brings me back to what I was saying earlier. We need a policy because that brings everybody under the same umbrella, and you can plan together and address some of those most critical issues. Having an understanding of where the major risks lie is also helping you to make priorities, allocate resources. We've talked about labs earlier. The question of labs, we have good capacities for labs in Pakistan. A solution to what you were saying before is, yes, of course, accreditation. A lot of labs we've visited have issues maintaining the accreditation because they don't necessarily have the volume of analysis that comes with it to maintain the accreditation. So they have the accreditation for a while and they lose it. So allocate resources, you know, based on a mapping of the risks and where the main resources are needed is really necessary. And that would help everybody, I think.
Fantastic. Thank you all. That was a very rich conversation. So now we'll open it up for questions. I'm not sure how many minutes we have for questions. Okay, so about 5, maximum 10. And I'm also not sure, is there a microphone around? And if you want to ask a question, you can raise your hand. Okay.
People say if there is no question, it means...
it was a good panel.
I mean, the other way around.
Well, let me ask a question. So you started by mentioning opportunities, and I think I would love to hear from Uzair and Adil about the opportunities in their sectors for innovation to support food safety and market access to the EU. So any thoughts there would be great.
I think somebody mentioned it on the panel earlier about, I think Adil mentioned it about waste, and I think in the EU, even though there is a movement in the EU to, you know, prioritize local products, so I feel that there is this increasing trend that, you know, if somebody's in France, they prefer to have a product from France, if not from France, then from the EU. Something that producers in other countries can do to sort of counteract that is, you know, market products that are truthfully based on utilization of food waste, right? So, for example, in our value chain again, in terms of rice, I feel there is, you know, almost unlimited opportunity to keep going deeper and deeper. So, for example, another thing we're doing is in our production process, just in terms of the normal processing, there are different streams that are normally just sort of marketed as waste. We are upscaling them and making useful byproducts out of them. And then that actually gives us both an opportunity to monetize waste and also use that to build further inroads into, foreign markets that prioritize this kind of real sustainability or circularity. So our whole business model is based on, circular economy. So that's my perspective on that. And sorry, just one other thing, if I may. I was thinking when Marcus was speaking about collaboration, I think it really resonated with me, because from our side, what we're thinking is both on the farmer side and even on our competitive side, I think collaboration can help all of us together. So for example, what we're doing right now with EU funding actually, both from our partner WWF and also DFCD out of the Netherlands, we are working with farmers around our area in Sindh and helping move them to organic farming. So it's a long process, it's going to take 3 years. But so what we've done is we've hired agronomists on our payroll, and we've hired field officers, and we're working with the farmers to illustrate to them that if they move away from synthetic pesticides and fertilizers, it will reduce their cost of production while not affecting their yields materially. So that's something that we're doing with them. How that helps us is obviously it gives us better traceability. If we're able to pull this off, then we have a bank of farmers supplying premium organic produce. So that's one thing. And then also on collaboration with the competitors, this goes back to, I think, what a number of different people said on this panel. It is in our interest that our competitors' products are also not classified as high risk when they get to the EU. So what we're doing, even with, for example, one of my key competitors, I am comparing notes on these standards almost on a daily basis, and we're collaborating on, testing, on parameters, on, how do we control our QA/QC, because both of us feel that, if our products are in the green channel, essentially, that actually uplifts the image of the products that we are exporting out of Pakistan. So it's a sort of a win-win situation.
I think DG wants to come in quickly.
Thank you. You was talking about the opportunities. This year, Pakistan has a bumper crop of potatoes, around 12 million ton potatoes we had produced. And luckily, 90 to 95% seed of potato is coming from the Europe. And you know how much potato we export to the Europe? Zero. We are importing 95% seed from the Europe, but we cannot export. When recently we had an issue in the Afghanistan and we could not export, most of our 60% export goes to the Afghanistan and Central Asia market. We had approached the European Union and we received letter from the Brussels that Pakistani potato is banned in the European Union. So I think we need to address these contradictions also. If we are getting importing some type of a seed from the Europe, we should be allowed to export our potato. Our friend is sitting here from the egg industry. Pakistani biscuits are the value-added products that we are exporting to Europe. Its ingredients must come from the Europe. I mean, they cannot use Pakistani eggs in the biscuit that we are exporting to the Europe. The ingredient must come from the Europe. So we believe that these contradictions need to be addressed, and Pakistani has a lot of potential. We have a lot of product we can export to the European. World over, we are 10th largest output producer in the agro product. So we need some type of a support, especially from the European Union, in export product diversification so that we can add more product. And secondly, one point I want to add that in export and the trade, predictability matters a lot. On 2nd Feb 2026, European Union had issued a notification that clothidinium MRL cannot be, its level was reduced from 0.9% to 0.1%. Okay, and notification was issued on 2nd Feb, and the implementation was from the 7th March. They are the international standard for the developing countries. You give some time period, 2 to 3 years, to adjust accordingly. The exporters who had sent consignment to European Union in the January, their consignment are still in the European Union because they are rejected all because within 1 month the MRL level was changed. So we also expect from the European Union that it should have a predictability. If you are implementing anything, we should have enough time period to our exporter to adjust accordingly. So these are the points that I have raised, and the opportunity you have mentioned, I think there's a lot of opportunity in the export sector, especially in the agro sector, that we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. So predictability from the government of Pakistan and from the EU. Adil, just quickly on opportunities, then I will see if anyone else on the panel wants to make some last comments, and then if there are no questions, oh, I do see a question. Adil, is it okay if we take it? Okay, so just quickly, your name, your question very briefly, and who you are addressing it to. We still can't hear you, unfortunately. Yes. Perhaps you can stand and can you project? We might be able to hear you.
Testing. That I wanted to mention over here. Before exporting, our 30 to 40% of the food waste before the shipment, and the EU market rejects 50% of the containers that we export the EU market. If I just compare with the Turkey's container, our Pakistani containers 50% are checked, and they will take 10 to 15 days delay from the port side from the European market. How we can manage an agro business to export from Pakistan to the European countries, especially 10 to 15 days at the port side. And the second question is the importers from EU side, they usually work with 3 to 4 years experience with the track record from Pakistani exporters. How a young entrepreneur just like me and a new exporter to enter into the EU market?
Thank you. So maybe Marcus, you can take that. So the question was around enhanced checks, extra checks for Pakistani exports, and the delays that it presents for Pakistani businesses. But I think this is very much connected to this idea of reputation, and where Pakistan's reputation currently stands within the EU as a provider of food exports. So maybe a quick comment on the reputation aspect, and directing your answer to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the question. I'm not sure if I can answer very concretely to the question, but the thing is, reputation is not the real point. For us, we don't judge. What we do is we have a completely objective, evidence-based system, which is the rapid alert system for feed and food. What we do is if there is any import possible, if the preconditions for imports are met, we control the products. And completely independent if you import it to Cyprus, Austria, France, wherever, the system is always the same. If there is a problem, it's immediately conveyed to the center and it is published. Everybody, you can go on the internet and you can see all the RASFF cases of Pakistan in the last years, but also of other countries. You can look up whatever country you want, it's completely public. And the system, and I guess that's probably a little bit the direction where you're coming from, the system, the RAS, let's say if there is a problem, let's assume a product is contaminated with aflatoxin or heavy metal or pesticides, you name it. If it's coming into the European Union, there is a problem, import into Cyprus for a certain product, HS codes, you know, these harmonized system codes. Next day, another consignment goes of the same number into Germany. It will be controlled already on a higher level. If there is a problem again, it will be controlled on a higher level. And it goes up to 100%. And I think that's causing most delays, that there is probably extra controls, there is probably implications of this system. That's the only way I could understand it, because there is definitely no discrimination of Pakistani imports into the European Union, and we see it with the products which go smoothly, that the system works perfectly on that side.
Thank you. So we're out of time, but I would encourage all of you, if you have questions, to reach out to the panelists individually. Okay, there's one hand. I would need to ask permission from Christian, but I think we're out of time, Christian. Is that correct? Okay, one more question. Nice and short. So there's a hand over there, if we can get him a microphone.
I'm Dr. Mubarak Ahmed from Trade Development Authority. I do not have a question, but a comment, and for information, I would like to say certain things. First is
so
that...
sorry to interrupt, but we actually had a question, a hand raised, and so let's just get to him, and the comment you can share with the panelists in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm from Utopia Industries, the largest exporter, 18th largest exporter of Pakistan and the top seller of Amazon. So my question is regarding the increasing regulations of European Union. We are facing EUDR, CSRD, you name it, like EUTR as well. So these regulations are causing business to not adjust with the environment of European Union. Despite the other regions like USA, Canada, they're not focusing on the regulations, rather than they're supporting the businesses. So are there more regulation coming to the non-EU countries regarding the exports? Thank you.
So Marcus, I think you're on the hot seat again. He's asking if there are any other regulations on the horizon from the EU that exporters like himself should be aware of. And there's a sense within the sort of community of Pakistani exporters that the regulations are becoming tougher and tougher to manage and to meet. Thank you.
Please, Anna, you have to repeat it. I had a bit of a acoustic problem of understanding it.
No worries. So the question was, are there any other regulations on the horizon for the EU market that Pakistani exporters should be aware of? And there is a sense that these requirements are becoming stricter and more difficult to manage and meet.
Got it now. Thank you very much. It was acoustically. I think the future requirements, whatever I've alluded to in the ecological sense and in the Green Deal sense, they may or may not be relevant in this context in the future. I would really push for implementation what is on the table for the time being. Concentrate on that and stay in contact with the delegation here if there is any groundbreaking new legislation coming up. I don't see that on the horizon. I think the system is established, and you'll be very, very fine if you accomplish the requirements of that system, which is at stake now.
Fantastic. Sadly, we don't have enough time, and I wish we did, because this is a very interesting conversation, and we've had a wonderful panel. But like I said, I encourage you to reach out to the panelists individually if you have any questions or comments. Apologies for shutting you down, but we just don't have enough time. But please do share your comment directly with the panelists.
I'd like to comment
and
that
I would like to thank you all for attending this session. It's been a very interesting one. I think the message is one of optimism, and there's already a very strong EU-Pakistan collaboration on agribusiness. There is a lot of potential for this collaboration to be broader and to be deeper. The government is here as an enabler and is working very hard to address a lot of the issues that Catherine has mentioned. And hopefully our private sector panelists feel encouraged by this conversation. But I know that DG would definitely welcome any of your comments on how he can make your lives easier and can make Pakistan ready for business and an even stronger exporter. Thank you all for coming and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly be seated as we still have the final segment of day one to go. May I also request our panelists to please come together for a group photograph. Once again, distinguished participants, may I request you to kindly be seated as we have the final wrap-up of day one to go. May I request our moderator, Ms. Anna Chum, to please stay with us for the final wrap-up. May I request you to please stay with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw to the close of day one, may I now request our other moderators to please join us. As Ms. Anna was leading this breakout session, there was another one happening simultaneously. May I request Dr. Simbal Khan, the Climate Security and Conflict Prevention Specialist, to please join us up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Simbal Khan, Climate Security and Conflict Prevention Specialist, and Mr. Jerome Willems, the Head of Cooperation Delegation of the European Union to Pakistan. May I request you to please join us up on stage. Hello, hello. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I understand it's been a long day, but may I request all our delegates to be seated. We just have the final wrap-up of day one to go through before we all break for coffee and day one comes to a conclusion. So without any further ado, may I move towards the moderators of these three key panels and breakout sessions that we have. Beginning with Jerome, may I request you for the key thoughts that you're going away with from day one.
All right. Well, it's difficult to battle with coffee breaks or semi-coffee breaks. I hope that still someone is listening. Is anyone listening?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, especially our delegates on this side of the panel, on the stage, may I request our distinguished participants to please be seated. We have the final wrap-up to go through. I understand that there are important conversations happening simultaneously. May I request all those in the hall to kindly be seated so that we can continue with the wrap-up. Once again, the distinguished gentlemen by the side of the stage, may I request you all to kindly be seated. May I once again request all our participants to be seated so that we can get away into our wrap-up session. Thank you. Yes, Jerome. Over to you.
Okay. Second attempt, thank you. Hopefully I have slightly more people listening in now. Maybe one remark about the event in general and one remark about the Global Gateway panel. I think the event in general, first of all, we are very happy that it took place. For those of you that were in one way or the other involved in this event, and you've seen the circumstances where we tried already last year to have this, and your neighbor decided differently, it was impossible to have this event. And this year, when we had all these peace talks taking place, let's say, yeah, last year it was for the wrong reason that the event could not take place. This year it was maybe for the right reason that the event could not take place, but I'm very happy that the event took place, and the fact that we had it even in a different location but brought together so many different people from the EU, from Pakistan, to talk about issues that bring us together and hopefully create solid partnerships in the years to come. I think it is a testimony of EU and Pakistan partnership. So that's on the one hand, and I'm very happy that we're sitting here at the end of a long day. Then on my panel was about Global Gateway, and I started the panel asking the colleagues in the hall who actually knows what is Global Gateway, and I have to admit there were very few people that knew what is Global Gateway. In a summary, Global Gateway is the largest EU investment program outside of the EU, trying to de-risk 400 billion euro of investment globally. Simply put, if you have a good investment idea, try to convince a development financing institution, try to convince the EU, because we need to use our grants to make the terms of the loan of a development financing institution like the European Investment Bank much better. And then in 1 and 1 becomes 11, as we said this afternoon. We also had a bit of a wrap-up of how can Pakistan benefit more from Global Gateway. I think there were 3 takeaways. One is perception. It was really good to bring a lot of EU people that normally don't come to Pakistan to here, because the perception of Pakistan is not always in line with the reality. And so seeing part of the reality, although they always say that Pakistan starts 15 kilometers outside of Islamabad, seeing the reality helps to sort of like change a little bit that perspective. Then there is the issue of awareness, so that's also why we came together today, so that people know about Global Gateway, and through this 600 B2B meetings we hope that there's something concrete coming out. And finally, when it comes to really lifting off Global Gateway, and I think that's a common throughout the sessions, I'm sure, is predictability. You cannot build on quicksand. You need to know what are the rules of the game and not have them changed constantly, because then you cannot build anything. So that goes for agribusiness, I'm sure that goes for digital and for all the other sectors as well. So let me stop there.
Thank you so much for that, Jerome, and I think that perfectly aligns with some of the key challenges that Pakistan has when it comes to perception, and especially when it comes to trade, investment, and the economy of matters. Perception is much greater than reality. So unless those two align and people get to have that experience firsthand, there'll always be gaps. So thank you for making this first effort in bridging that gap. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Ms. Anna for her comments. We understood, and because her panel was happening in this very forum, where it was focused on agriculture, which happens to be one of the key areas, key focus areas for partnerships between the European Union and Pakistan. Let's see what her key takeaways from her session were. Anna, over to you.
Thank you. So for those of you who didn't attend, the session was focused on food safety requirements and its implications for investment in Pakistan, those looking to export to the EU market. And I think it was quite a practical session. Very often we talk about on these panels, the sort of high-level issues. And here we were really focused on how do Pakistani firms get their products into the EU market. And the big takeaway was that the EU's requirements are constantly evolving. I think in under a decade, there have been 3 major policy developments that Pakistani exporters need to be aware of. And so it requires them to be equally agile and innovative to make sure that, if they already have market access, that they can maintain it. And if they're looking to enter the EU market, that they know exactly what is required and what it would take. On our panel, we had a very nice mix of a government representative. We had someone from the FAO that's been a key partner of the government in this space. We had another panelist that knows the EU landscape really well. And then we had the benefit of having 3 private sector participants. So it was quite a very rich conversation. And I think one takeaway for me was that there are a lot of opportunities. But this requires government playing a very strong enabling role in an area that requires them to set up really strong food safety ecosystems and frameworks, which in many ways are currently not in place. So it makes it very difficult for a Pakistani exporter to get their products to market. There was also a very good point made about the importance of EU-Pakistan collaboration and policy predictability and coherence, not just on the Pakistan side, but on the EU side as well. And the EU and Pakistan seeing themselves as key partners for mutual benefit. Another point that was made around sort of the private sector's experience with entering the EU market was just how quickly some of these requirements change and the kind of support that they need from government to make sure that they can keep up with the evolving requirements. And there was a point made by one of our panelists that's working in the rice value chain. And he mentioned that it's quite difficult currently for him to get the testing he needs to get done locally in order to enter the EU market. And here I think it's a mix of required investments, but there's also an element of capacity building, especially for SMEs, to understand how you do go from your product to the market. So I thought that was a very important point that was raised. And the government representative, the Director General from TDAP, mentioned that this was an area that the government was looking at quite critically and was hoping to continue supporting private sector firms like the one that we had represented. So overall, like I said in my closing comments for the panel, I think it was an optimistic panel. There are a lot of opportunities, but there's a lot of work. And I think it's quite clear what needs to be done. It's just a matter of the government staying consistent in what they need to deliver for Pakistani exporters, and then also Pakistani firms staying resilient and continuing to do what they do best, which is thrive in a very difficult environment and still deliver good products and sometimes also innovate. So those are my takeaways. Yes.
I think that's such an important point when you particularly mentioned the innovation. Just a segue question, because your session was focused on food safety and agribusiness, how much room for value addition is there in Pakistan? Because particularly if you look at the agriculture business, when it comes to grain or when it comes to the basic product or the produce, there may be a huge margin. But very recently, because of the price differentials, we've had the local mushroom manufacturing come up with a lot of value addition. So for example, they'd be producing their own cheese, their own margarines and butter, which has come around. Do you see a market for it, a wider market for these value-added agricultural products in the European Union for Pakistani manufacturers? And would that be very difficult to break into?
I think the takeaway from the panel was, yes, those opportunities exist, but then they just require a higher threshold of compliance with standards. And that's something that the private sector needs to be ready for, because the EU does have their food safety requirements in place and can't compromise on it or have a sort of preferential treatment for one country or the other. It's the reality, and I think there's an opportunity for innovation when you are pushed to sort of enhance your food safety compliance, and so I think there are benefits both for Pakistani firms, but we've also seen that when firms interact with global export markets and are pushed to meet those requirements, there are benefits to local consumers as well when those practices, the innovation, the technology also sort of snowball into the sort of products that are available locally. So I think, again, it's an opportunity for collaboration and innovation all around.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for that. And Jerome, just a segue question before we move on to Dr. Simbal. Do you see that there is opportunity to unlock that opportunity via the EU-Pakistan business network, where there is help needed to sort of upgrade and meet the standards, but often these EU standards are seen more as a barrier to entry by the Pakistani manufacturers. So can there be some way of bringing them together and taking it up?
Absolutely. I think that the EU-Pakistan Business Network is the voice, or is to be the voice, of EU businesses in Pakistan. And one of the elements of being that voice is to indicate to the authorities the sometimes misalignments between the standards that need to be put in place in order to enter into the EU market and the ones that are currently being enforced in Pakistan. I think I witnessed part of the discussion of the Agribusiness Forum, and I think one of the participants was indicating the problem of that you're all in it together, because basically if you have a competitor that doesn't fulfill the standards for the EU, and his container gets blocked in the port of Rotterdam, let's say, then as of that point in time, all containers coming from Pakistan with that particular product are going to be more heavily scrutinized. So actually, what I think also the EU-Pakistan Business Network can do is not just to have a discussion with the authorities about the standards, but also to have a discussion about the private sector to get better organized, because ultimately the one that doesn't want to play by the rule will make it more difficult for everybody else, and that's the only way to uplift the whole sector as a whole.
I think this is another manifestation of better together. So you have to do things together and make sure that you're acting as a fraternity. What really is endearing about Day1 is how much focus and spotlight has been shed on climate and sustainability. For a number of forums around the world, unfortunately, it has taken a back seat, but it's good to know that for EU-Pakistan Business Forum, it was center stage. So over to you, Dr. Simbal. What were some of the key takeaways from the session that you were moderating?
Thank you. Thank you. I think my session focused on technology, innovation, and then, of course, EU-Pakistan partnerships. And if I can say it from the outset, I think it was one of the most thematically diverse session or a thematically diverse panel that I have ever moderated or been on. We had, of course, on one side, public sector representation from the Secretary of IT, and then we had 3 or 4 very diverse business leaders from Pakistani communities heading from very senior energy companies to innovative prosthetic limbs to agribusiness. And then at the end, we had a representative from the EU community, and we had a business. It's a company. It's an authority which is basically represents small and medium-sized German companies. And they have an office here, and we had the representative, Matthew Shaw, representing mostly this external view on how SMEs work in Pakistan. So I think if the key takeaway, if I can sum up from all this diverse discussion that we had, main thing coming from, which is thematically aligned with almost what everyone was saying, the missing gap in policy consistency, which is something what even the IT Secretary outright, Zarar Saab outright mentioned, that this is something that the government, public sector itself has to work at very, very closely to get it going and to create the environment where Pakistani and EU business partnerships can move forward. Without that consistency, this is one of the biggest gaps why the level of investment that Pakistan, the size of its economy, the size of its people, that it could have invited, it has not been able to invite. And the other thing that came out very strongly in almost all the inputs that we had from the panelists was also data. Data played both from the public sector, also the IT Secretary outlined how data in itself is being worked at to facilitate this kind of open, more transparent business-to-business relationships, how the government itself, how the public sector itself is kind of integrating database technologies to create more ease of business, ease of registration, and create that confidence in EU businesses to come in and invest. from the different panelists working in their own specific businesses. Few things that came out, kind of if I could capture some of the thematic issues, was of course the pilot projects and also the incapacity to scale up because of lack of finance. And that was something that was mentioned by even our final panelist, which is basically the German organization representing the SMEs, that the level of Pakistani SMEs which actually get kind of official finance through financial institutions and banks is about 6%. So that just shows you that huge gap between how it works out in Europe and how European banks and others are looking at it, and how even though there's such a lot of innovative and energy on the ground, this gap creates issues where small companies, like we were talking, one of the panelists represented this company called Bionics, where they're making prosthetic, AI-based prosthetic limbs, which is an amazing product. And you can easily see, given the current regional and international environment, how useful this product can be. So the gap and no clear indication of how this can be scaled up through finance was very clearly highlighted, but this is an area where even partnerships with EU companies and businesses could really scale up. And this was also mentioned, how partnership with the EU companies can also allow for more certification, which are more international certification for products made here. So this was one key factor. And then, of course, the last kind of round of conversation was about AI, integration of AI into their own specific fields. And I think that was a very exciting space, because the public sector to the private sector companies all mentioned extremely amazing ways that they were telling Pakistan's story, not for the future, but right now. And all that they mentioned was basically from the public sector, from the IT secretary, they were talking about how the government itself is working in integrating AI into the judicial system to create more access to justice for marginalized Pakistanis, to have more equitable access to justice. Also on the gaps in education, how that can be filled with AI. And similarly, with all the panelists, they had extremely important inputs of how they were using AI right now at that moment. So Pakistan, I think from the conversation, it was very clear, is extremely future-centered, and especially given its youth bulge and young population, which is now more and more AI native. It's going to be one of those places where a lot of AI innovation is going to be created, and the opportunities for joint business-to-business links between EU and Pakistan are immense. I'll end here. Thank you.
That sounds like a really, really engaging session that highlighted not just the opportunities, but also the gaps and the challenges. And in order to get Pakistan and EU ready for not just the immediate advantage, but to actually carry on with these incentives and these collaborations in the next generation, with years to come, with decades to come. Right now is the time to build that very solid base. So once again, a big thank you to all our moderators for those engaging conversations. With this, ladies and gentlemen, day one of the high-level EU Pakistan Business Forum comes to a close, but we are going to see you tomorrow here again at this very time. We have some very engaging conversations and wonderful plenaries designed for tomorrow as well. So please make the most of this time. Let the conversations continue having. We're going to have the final coffee of the day and then see you back here tomorrow. Thank you once again. May I request my panel to come together for a photograph, please.
Excuse me. attention everybody, we're going to be having our high tea at Nadia restaurant. So please everybody, you may be directed to Nadia restaurant for high tea till 6:30. Thank you very much.